Cek. Baik Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, Alhamdulillah Bapak Menteri sudah hadir, sedang transit di ruang VIP. Mohon untuk mengisi bagian depan yang masih kosong Bapak Ibu dengan hormat, tolong bagian yang di belakang mohon untuk bersedia pindah ke bagian depan, terutama yang di bagian sayap kiri masih kosong. Kemudian jangan lupa untuk menonaktifkan nada dering atau di silent. Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask for your attention, please? We are honored by the arrivals of His Excellency Professor Dr. Abdul Muti, Master of Education, the Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of the Republic of Indonesia. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our warm welcome and express our sincere appreciation for your excellency presence and the international seminar. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Professor Dr. Abdul Muti, Master of Education, Ministry Primary and Secondary Education of Republik Indonesia. Venerable Directors of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Profesor Dr. Hamka, Profesor Gunawan Suryo Putro, M.Hum. Respected Leader, Vice Rector 4, Dr. Muhammad Dwi Fajri, Master of Education. Director for Ranking and Cooperations and International Affairs, Mr. Akbar Najar Hendra, Master of Education. The Deans from Faculty and Teachers of Education, Mr. Purnama Saifur Rahman, PhD. Heads of University Institutions. And all the keynote speaker for today, Professor Yin Hui Chan, PhD, Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, Dr. Gunawang Jati, Master of Art, Ms. Puyi Chan, Master of Art as Director Managing of Clarity. All of the moderators, Ms. Siti Zulaiha, MA, PhD as a Head of Education for Graduate School also, and then Silly Warni, also as the Head of English Education for Undergraduate. It is a great honor to welcome all of the national leaders, international scholars, and dedicated educators, teachers, lecturers, from the various institutions to this hybrid international seminar as we gather here to discuss the futures of English language education in the era of artificial intelligence. On behalf of organizing committee, we extend our warm welcome to you all. This prestigious seminar is jointly organized by Universitas Muhammadiyah Profesor Dr. Hamka and Clarity English. Ladies and gentlemen, Before we begin the program, let us proceed with the national anthem of Indonesia. May I invite you to rise and remain standing, please. Thank you. Please be seated. To begin this program with the blessing and guidance from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, let us listen the recitations from the Holy Quran. Our reciter, Ustadz Irfan Maulana, SIP. The time and stage is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis idza qila lakum tafassahu fil majalis fafsahu yafsahillahu lakum wa idza qila انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين درجات والله بما تعملون خبير. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. وإذ تعذن ربكم لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم إن عذابي لشديد. لئن شكرتم لأزيدنكم ولئن كفرتم إن عذابي لشديد. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the beautiful recitations. May it bring blessing for our seminar today. We also warmly welcome for the participants who are joining online. Thank you for being a part of this hybrid academic forum. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the welcoming remark. To answer the welcoming remarks smooth flow and program, the welcoming remarks will be delivered executively, followed by a presentations of token appreciation and a brief photo session before we continue with memorandum understanding signing ceremony. For the first welcoming remark, it is our great honor to invite Professor Dr. Gunawan Suryoputro, M.Hum, as the Rectors of Universitas Muhammadiyah, Professor Dr. Hamka, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. His Excellency Minister of Education, Professor Dr. Abdul Mukti, Master of Education, our partner from Clarity. So I'm afraid I make mistake. Mention her name therefore. Let me check first. Ibu or Miss Pew. Sorry, just a minute. Where is the card? I'm afraid I forgot the card. Yeah, Ibu Pew. Yeah, it is. P. Chan, thank you. The manager, director of Clarity, distinguished speakers. First, our colleagues, Professor Ying Chui Chen, PhD, Pak Chen. I call him Pak Chen. In our university, Muhammad University, Pak Chen is one of the famous person in Muhammadiyah University. Thank you. And then the distinguished speakers, Bapak Anuncius Gumawang Jati, MA, Professor Harry Mulyono, PhD, and then Andrew Stokes, MA, and other distinguished guests today. And of course, saya ucapkan selamat datang dan bahagia to all the participants of this international seminars. Our first welcome to uhamka, Universitas Muhammadiyah Professor Dr. Hamka. This is one of our campus. Actually, our campus is spreading out in Jakarta. So we are very rich actually, Prof. Janks. We have 7 locations in Jakarta here. Today, we have a topic of our seminar, Navigating the Future, English Language Education with Artificial Intelligence and the Evolving Rules of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, respected ministers, first, of course, uhamka, as one of the Muhammadiyah University, are very concerned with the developing of the education in particular. Therefore, Professor Mukti, as our General Secretary, known as the Minister of Education. Uhamka in particular, our let me say that uhamka started our education from Faculty of Education, actually. So basically, uhamka is the Faculty of Education. So at that time, we started from the kind of the higher education for teachers. And now we are developing into university. Therefore, the theme of English language education, like today, is one of our concern. Ladies and gentlemen, from this theme, at least we note 2 things, that is the artificial intelligence and then evolving role of education. I think these 2 points will be discussed today with distinguished speakers, experts, today with you all as the practitioners and the teachers across Jakarta and other areas through joining us through the online mode of discussion. First, artificial intelligence. So as known, and also the expert inform us that the role of artificial intelligence, at least as the based on the AI, then it is kind of the guide our student to be personalized learning. So from that mode of learning based on artificial intelligence, then education content in particular is easy to be accessed by our students and teachers. And the second, we also know that artificial intelligence, although we also afraid of this, because some people and professionals mention and state that AI can threat our profession, but we believe that AI can be as a teacher support, because AI can automate time-consuming tasks such as grading and others kind of teachers' activities. And also from this newest technology AI, then teachers can be assisted by this artificial intelligence as a intelligent tutoring system, and therefore AI can power and it is kind of to assist the teachers to be one of the media to deliver the lesson to our student. And today we have an expert like Pak Jati, Prof. Chen just mentioned, is one of the experts who how to utilize and also use this AI for our teachers. So don't worry, our college teachers, that AI will not kick out us as a teachers in our classroom. Therefore, the second main, our theme is involving role, meaning through AI, we believe that teachers can gradually develop their skill. That is the point. So, and usually teachers is fast learners. So as soon as introduce this sort of technology, I believe it's very easy for our teachers to adapt to help their teachers. Thank you, Professor Chance, Ms. Chance, and all the distinguished speakers today. And thank you very much for our Minister, Prof. Abdul Mukti. And just a brief to Mr. Chen, that one of the best minister in Indonesia is Minister of Education. I just mentioned to you. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Gunawan, for your warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our privilege to proceed to the next welcoming remarks. We would like to inform you that Mr. Andrew Stokes, Master of Arts, founders of Clarity English United Kingdom, is unfortunately unable to join us in person today due to bereavement in his family. Therefore, on his behalf, welcoming remark will be delivered by Ms. Puyi Chan, Managing Director of Clarity English. Ms. Chan, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Morning. Honorable Minister of Primary and Secondary Education, Professor Mutik, Rector of uhamka, Professor Unawa, sorry for that, and distinguished speakers, and all teachers and students. First, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the presence of Minister. It's my true honor to share the stage with you. Your inspiration and your ideas about the deep learning really synchronize with what Clarity do with the visions of the future education. So it's so happy to share at this moment with you. And as the master of the ceremony mentioned, unfortunately, our founder, Andrew Stroke, is not able to join us here today. He really want to be in person here. But unfortunately, due to his family matters, he have to fly back to the UK. So he sent his deep apologies to everyone. Having said that, he's going to join us through Zoom later on. He will still be the core part of the seminar today. So you will all see him soon. While Andrew is in the UK, it's my true honor to be here in person today, especially as uhamka has achieved such an excellent academically. Ranking one of the top private university in Indonesia, recognized by the Simago and Times Higher Education in your research and area. It's truly show your dedication to academic excellence. You are not only the leader of the Islamic higher education, but also the benchmark for the higher education in Indonesia. As Indonesia is moved towards the Indonesia MS 2045, we recognize that uhamka is playing a vital role in nurturing your future competitive workforce. So at Clarity, we would like to support you in 3 areas. First, self-regulated learning. With the measurable digital resources, we think that it can help your students to master their learning process. Second, the deep learning approach. Aligning with the minister objective, we want to train your student to have digital literacy and critical thinking. Third, learning English in AI era. So what we want to do is to train your student not just to use AI, but to master it and use it ethically and critically. So we believe by combining uhamka academic excellence and Clarity industrial expertise, we can train your graduate to lead in this AI era. So let's work together and shape the future of education. Thank you.
Next, we are honored to invite His Excellency Professor Dr. Abdul Muti, Master of Education, Minister of Primary and Secondary Education of Republic Indonesia, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor Abdul Muti, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. My very good friend, Professor Ying Hui Shen, thank you for nominating me as one of the best ministers in the cabinet. Hopefully President Prabowo hear about that. Thank you, and also for a very long time friendship with Muhammadiyah. Thank you, Professor Ying Hui Shen. And just to tell our brief conversation before the meeting this morning that the Office of Special Branch of Muhammadiyah in Taiwan is actually in his campus, Asia University in Taiwan. So thank you very much for being a good friend of Muhammadiyah. And of course, Pak Rektor, Pak Gunawan Surya Putro, I used to be a lecturer here, so he used to be my boss actually. And Puyi Shad, thank you for coming from Clarity, and Professor Jati and Professor Hari and all distinguished speakers, scholars, and Pak Fajri. I hope you improve your English so you can deliver your presentation not only in Arabic but also in English, Pak Fajri. First of all, it is an honor for me to stand here as one of the speaker, although I can just simply briefly deliver not a very essential subject and topic, but maybe the conversation that might in line with the conference today and also our policy in Ministry of Primary and Secondary Education. First of all, of course, I need to congratulate uhamka and Clarity for this organization of international conference on English, especially it's related to AI, topic that nowadays very overwhelming our discussions, not only in academic arena, but also in our mobile phone. Because nowadays we have Meta AI, Gemini, and so on and so forth, that's actually indicating that the world now already now, maybe to some extent already directed by AI, both as technology and maybe also AI as a culture. Although AI might also relate to the very serious discussion that Chen already mentioned, relate to deep learning, the policy that I implement in the schools in Indonesia, especially for primary and secondary education in this country. Considering this very important technology, we, of course, in the position of taking advantage and master AI as one of the product of technology that could enrich and improve our teaching quality. Of course, there might be also some aspect that teachers are actually challenged by AI, because maybe you can see how AI can do almost everything that the teacher can do. AI may, in Indonesian context, have better pronunciation than even English teachers as well. AI pronunciation might be better than English teachers. therefore, English teachers might not be necessary, maybe. So you need to find things that AI cannot do that, because whatever this technology is very sophisticated, but still it is technology. Then technology should be still part of the instrument that under the control of human. Therefore, it is very important then with the word evolving educators, it actually carries the message that unless English teachers improve the quality, their competence, then they will be replaced by AI. This is the first. The second, of course, in relation to the policy of our national education, we already put AI encoding as one of elective subject from 5th grade of primary school to secondary and senior high school in Indonesia. This is our response, how we need to prepare our students to master and to be competent with so-called the future technology. If you read the survey of World Economic Forum, for example, you could find that one of the most priority and top priority in relation to opportunities to work in the world now is AI and coding, followed by analytical thinking, critical thinking, ability to have flexible, cognitive flexibility, ability to cooperate, and so on and so forth. But now AI already number one in relation to the skills needed by almost all workforce in the world. Therefore, when we teach students in Indonesia coding and AI, coding is not simply about the use of technology and not simply about how students can actually use internet to study, but coding also involves the logical thinking, critical thinking, and the ability to, to be more creative in many aspects. It is why then our policy is to teach AI and coding as elective subject. Why it is elective? Because we still need to have more teachers, and we now still working to train our teachers in this subject, coding and AI. And already I just have a meeting yesterday in my office. Now we just start the training for teachers on AI and coding for about 55,000 teachers, while we need to have more, at least 200,000 teachers in AI and coding in order to fulfill the implementation of coding and AI in schools in Indonesia. This is the second in relation to our policy. The third is our policy to put English as compulsory subject since the 3rd grade of primary school, commencing from 2027. So nowadays in primary school, English is still, again, elective subject, but commencing from 2027, it will be a compulsory subject from the 3rd grade. It means that we need to have more English teachers. And this year we will train at least 90,000 English teachers, especially primary school teachers, to teach English in our schools in Indonesia. Why we need to start teaching English from primary school? Again, I think all of us agree that English is one of the most spoken language in the world, and the language that not only a means of communication, but language where and when and wherein people can actually study and research and so many things relate to the scholarship activities and also let's say academic activities, business, and so on and so forth. Even religions as well, because we need to also use English to, especially in relation to Islam, of course, we need to explain Islam in English as the most spoken language in the world. Because if you only explain Islam in Arabic, it will be very limited. We have a very limited audience. While if we refer to the Quran, we need to deliver Islam according to the language of the audience. Meaning that if we have so many people in the world who are speaking English, then we need also to explain Islam in English. This is the third, and it might be important for uhamka, of course, Pak Gunawan, that I used to be, Pak Sen, the lecturer here on philosophy of Muhammadiyah for English class, that I deliver and explain Muhammadiyah in English. But my English actually Indonesia, so it's not really perfect English. But it is actually very important, again, not only as a language of communication, language for business, but English for religious activities as well. And finally, of course, we do hope that the seminar today, especially, of course, with the papers and the discussion, could enrich and could become one of the meaningful contribution for our education, especially in my ministry, primary and secondary education. Just to share you how English is becoming very important. One, nowadays people still discussing about the result of tes kemampuan academic. Academic achievement test, when we can see, frankly, in average, English is the lowest among other subjects. Though my friend, who is very serious in this, he said that, yes, it might be the lowest, but it is only ability that relate to reading and understanding the text, while English at least comprises 4 competencies: reading, writing, speaking, and listening. So when we speak about English and the result of the TKA, tes kemampuan akademik, and this is actually only one aspect of English. But this one aspect is very essential to portray the competence of our student and also the competence of our teachers. So we need to improve the quality of our teachers. The second, I just returned from Aceh, Pak Sen, last week. I went to the schools there and I came into a class. Luckily, it was English class. It was English class. And I asked students, what are you studying now? We are studying English. What are you studying in English? About human body. And then the student writing in his book, body in English, head, and then ears, and the nose, mouth, and then shoulders, and so on and forth, and memorized by heart through their writing. And the teacher, many times, and when I mentioned about, what about this? The student said, nose. How it become nose? So maybe Acehese pronunciation, and then I tried to say, it's not nose, it is nose. And then, what is it? Nose, nose again. Maybe the teacher pronounced this as nose instead of nose. Then, Pak Sen, Pak Gun, I used to teach English in Semarang before I moved to Jakarta. Though I do not graduated from English department, so sorry, maybe I'm migrant in English, not native English. Or maybe immigrant in English, mungkin immigrant in English. Then I teach in different way by doing like a very simple gym that very popular by singing a song, head, shoulders, knees, and toes, and then head, shoulders, knees, and toes, and eyes, and ears, and mouth, and nose, head, shoulders, knees, and toes, And what did the student respond? This is the different way of teaching. And instead of memorizing word by word, our body, why don't we sing a song while memorizing the names of our body in English and also doing exercise, simple exercise in the morning. Pak said this is actually the implementation of deep learning that we want to be becoming more and more massive in our schools. How to teach English and other subjects, and maybe all subjects, in a very fun way, not funny way. Because so many teachers understand pembelajaran menyenangkan itu dengan melucu, funny. Well, sometimes something that is funny is not fun. Sesuatu yang lucu itu tidak menyenangkan. Therefore, we need to have this strategy of deep learning, especially if this conference or maybe the following conference, Ibu Chan, with clarity, we can work for teacher training for our teachers, maybe for primary school teachers, because we also see when we have a discussion with British Council and also with Cambridge, the quality of our teachers, the grade of our teachers is actually still also very low. To be fair, but I don't want to blame uhamka with its English department. Because not all English teachers are graduated from English department, and not all of them graduated from uhamka, of course. I think those who are graduated from uhamka must be excellent, must be. If it is not, maybe something wrong with the student. Or maybe something wrong with uhamka, maybe. But again, this is our policy. Move forward with this. But then yesterday, Pak said we discussed in our office about how deep learning has to be integrated with AI. This is our discussion yesterday. So there will be, for those who might already have experience with deep learning training, for the next training, it will be integrated with AI. Because it is inevitable, or maybe it is a must. Therefore, for English teachers, then they have to master English, be competent in English with at least 4 proficiencies, and then be competent in AI, of course, it is also very important. And the third is be very competent in managing students' character. It is also part of our policy. Why? Nowadays, when we start discussing and mastering AI, I attended many conferences in many different countries. They already discuss and alarm about the, let's say, harmful aspect of AI. Nowadays, people concerned about so many, let's say, negative side of the usage of AI. And it is also part of the, let's say, situation that we have to be fully aware in the very beginning when we implement and use AI as one of the, let's say, very sophisticated technology, but we need again to emphasize that human could still become a human. AI is only a product of machine learning and also the product of so many, let's say, technologies, algorithm, and so on and so forth. But again, it is only an instrument. We need to be focused that education is about building character, is about making human as a human. Human that could not be replaced by technology, human that still control technology and use technology for the benefits of other peoples and use technology for the prosperity of our planet. I think the last point might be too political, but minister is political position, so I have to speak about politics as well. Thank you very much, and terima kasih Pak Sen, terima kasih Ibu Chan and Pak Jati, Pak Hari, and all distinguished speakers. I believe that you will have a very fruitful and meaningful discussion, and we are very happy to have the product of our discussion for the improvement of teaching English in Indonesian school, and of course in the long term to the improvement of our quality of education in Indonesia. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Mudah-mudahan acaranya sukses. And don't forget, I'm the third speaker, so don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum
Thank you.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Mukti. With your kind permission, Your Excellency, may we respectfully invite you to remain on the stage for a brief moment for a token appreciations. With the higher respect also, may I also invite Professor Gunawan Suryo Putro to also receive the token of appreciation. And I invite Ms. Puyi Chan, Managing Director of Clarity English, to present the token of appreciation. Our documentation team requested to be ready. The signing ceremony. We cordially invite all the participants, both online and on-site, to witness this important moment as a symbol for share, commitment, and advancing, to share English, advancing English language education in the era of artificial intelligence. Followed by a token of appreciation, Professor Gunawan Suryo Putro MHum, to give a token appreciation for Ms. Puyi Chan from Clarity. From Clarity 2. guests, once again we extend our deepest appreciation to Professor Dr. Abdul Muti, Master of Education, for his presence. I invite all of the VIP participants to come on the stage to have a group photo session. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're almost ready for the first keynote speaker session. Wait for a moment, for the stage is being prepared right now.
Cek satu.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we're almost ready for the seminar session. Are you ready to learn something from our keynote speaker today? Our first keynote speaker is Dr. Gumawan Jati, Master of Art. Let me repeat for this one. Okay, please welcome our first keynote speaker, Dr. Gumawan Jati, Masters of Art, the President of ITOLS Indonesia. And these sessions will be moderated by Siti Zulaiha, Master of Arts, PhD. Dr. Zulaiha, the sessions is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Guests and participants, all English teachers, all good this morning? Pak Jati, they came very early, even an hour before we start, which is really good. Now, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Siti Zulaiha. I will be moderating the 2 keynote session this morning. According to the program, we will hear keynote speaker 1 first with Pak Jati. Then we will follow by keynote speaker 2, and then we will hold a joint Q&A session for both speakers. Yeah. Because today's workshop is hybrid, a warm welcome also to everyone joining online. And let's just start with our first keynote speaker. It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Anuncius Gumawang Jati. He is a senior lecturer at the Institute of Technology Bandung, ITB, and currently serves as president of ITEL. Within Indonesian English education community, Dr. Jati is widely known not only for his scholarships, but also for his sustained professional service and teacher development work. He brings more than 30 years of experience, and he has been a regular speaker and contributor in national and international ELT and technology for learning forums. It is also an honor to meet you in person, Pak Jati, because I've been following Pak Jati's workshop here and there. And his keynote this morning is titled Beyond Tools, Reimagining Pedagogy with Generative AI in English Language Education. Pak Jati, thank you for joining us. Over to you.
Thank you, Bu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mohon izin untuk menari di tengah. Terima kasih. Okay, I'm going to stand over there. I think it's better. And let me prepare my laptop because some people joining online. Okay, can we move my screen to there? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Morning, everyone. I'm going to use both Bahasa Indonesia and English. Relax, no need to worry. I'm going to give you a test. So scan the QR code and enter your... We're going to play with the mobile. Just scan and put the code. If your camera doesn't work, you can go to curie.live and then put in the pin in there. You will have a new name, so no need to worry about real name. 29, 30, 31. Okay, wait until a bit like 50. Ready to play? Yes, okay, good. So this is the title, what I'm trying to do today. reimagining pedagogy with generative AI in English language education. So we have to make prediction what's going to happen. Right now, AI is around us, and some of us, and almost everyone, got confused what to do with AI. Yeah. So, but the first one, I want you to draw. Draw your feeling today. If you feel happy, draw it. Later, you have to draw in your mobile. I give you like 50 seconds to draw, and then we can share your feelings today. Please draw your feelings in your mobile. You got 50 seconds. Kita bermain-main. Bisa gambar lewat HP-nya. Silahkan. Lucu-lucu enggak apa-apa. That's okay. Nggak akan ketahuan gambarnya siapa. Hopefully everyone happy today. I'm not sure. Atau lupa sarapan pagi, lapar, ya boleh digambar. Let's see the result. Yeah. There is a cat. Yeah. So learning can be fun. Begitu dari Pak Menteri kan. So we also having fun here. So you're happy, the cat is happy, and then let's see what we got. Oh, okay. Ada yang centang saja, saya tidak tahu maksudnya. Ya, banyak yang centang. Agree, ada yang nulis 11. Ada yang belum selesai, that's okay. Ini lucu nih, saya nggak tahu apa ini maksudnya. Siput. Okay, very good. Now, reality. Two things that's already happened today. AI changing the life of teachers. AI changing how students work. If you give homework to your student and you're asking questions, who answer the question? The student or AI? Why do you give the questions then? If you know that the student will cheat, why do you give the questions? No need to answer, but think about that. Before you teach, do you talk to your friend, do you find book references to create, say, lesson plan? Or do you talk to AI? No need to answer. Some of us, honest, saya menggunakan AI. Some of us malu-malu kucing sedikit, yeah, not mentioning. That's the same with your student. They use AI, they will not tell you. You use AI, you will not tell your student. Terus maksudnya apa? Well, let's find the answer probably. Probably we can, but maybe not. The question is not, should we use AI? Will the student use AI? It's obvious. It's there. We cannot say no to AI. We cannot say do not use AI to our students, and because it's everywhere. It's around us. Now, the thing is, we have to make sure AI will help our student to think, not to find the answer. So if you teach just to know so that they pass the test, so that they get the correct answer, then they will use 100% AI. So our job should change from teaching to get the answer, but we have to pay attention on the process of thinking. Terus nek ngajar bahasa Inggris piye yo? ngajar grammar, proses of thinkingnya piye gitu kan. You come to a very technical problems later on that we have. That's our homework. That's everything changed. Because AI was invented for business. The quicker, the better. Less people involved, better. Lebih cuan. But education is not about efficiency. Education is not about speed. Education is not about cuan. So think about that. Jadi kita harus paham betul AI untuk apa. Di kelas kita punya tanggung jawab apa. And AI is not the answer. Yeah. The answer is the good teachers, not the AI. Now, sorry. So, AI is a system that learns from pattern and from data. They don't think. They learn from pattern that they got. They have a lot of data. Then they can create answers. Jadi kalau ngajar jangan, nanti kalau muridnya jawabnya 100 berarti dia pinter. No longer. Not like that. Not like my generation. Yeah. They're smart because they got GPA 3. 3, 4. The end, without the process, we cannot judge people right now based on the score. So we have to pay attention on that. Feedback and comments. You can ask AI to help you in scoring your student comment and making suggestions and so on. Then they can give recommendation. Remember, AI is not the source of knowledge. Yang kadang-kadang kita salah. AI making prediction. The prediction from pattern, the prediction from data, probably correct, probably not. Very much depends on the data. If you are talking to ChatGPT, for example, most of the data from North America, then you're asking a question related to Banten, for example. You will not get the correct answer. Probably it's going to be wrong. They will answer, nggak pernah dia nggak akan jawab. They akan jawab, yeah, because they make prediction. That's the job. Okay. Pattern and data, they make prediction. It's not the correct answer, of course. That's why we need thinking. To think the result from the AI. When you talk to AI, then you have to think the result. Is it correct? Is it? And so on and so on. The analytic thinking is there. But you are teaching English. Repot lagi kan? If you speak English very well, then yeah, you're good. Your English is good. Now we have to go a little bit beyond that. Yang diomongin ini bener nggak sih? Not just saying the word. When it's just saying the word, yeah, I can do it. Yeah, but what's the content? Is it valuable? Is it useful for other people? Is it in a friendly manner? Is the intonation correct? And so on and so on. So we are moving from this person is good in speaking English and also polite and also and so on and so on and so on. Speaking English only, it's not enough. Yeah, the drilling, you can give it to AI. The moral value, it's your responsibility. Ada orang yang ngomong bahasa Inggrisnya pinter banget, tapi tidak pada tempatnya. Tapi dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. So think about that. Now, questions. Right now, jujur aja nggak apa-apa. In my English classroom, AI mostly extend student learning, replace student thinking, help teachers more than student, or I'm honestly not sure yet. I give you 15 seconds to think. pura-pura mikir terus milih. And you can make prediction. Okay, I think everyone is finished. I will end the activity. Yeah. Extend student learning yang benar. It could be if, ada if-nya, if you give the right task and you pay attention to the process, not just correct or incorrect, not just checking the grammar, not just multiple choice, and so on. Yeah? Probably extend student learning. Tasnya seperti apa? Setelah pesan-pesan berikut. Replace student thinking. Ya, setuju sih. Kalau itu dari LKS yang zaman dulu, ya pasti. Sebelum AI lahir. Kalau buku yang digunakan sebelum AI lahir, most of the questions can be answered by AI. Not many books around, the new books right now around to adjust with the presence of AI. Yeah, that's why we have to think about that and somehow modify to that. Yeah, help teachers more than students. 5. I'm honestly not sure. Yang not sure, cuma 8, tidak apa-apa. Yeah, so that's from the teacher's point of view. Now let's have a look at this one. Which activity, when you're teaching inside your class or teaching English in general, which activity worries you the most when students use AI? Writing, translation, homework, or speaking practice? I make it 40 minutes. 40 seconds. You'll get the materials later. You do not need to write down. Okay, 10 seconds. Yes, I agree, writing. Because they always ask AI to write. Karena yang dinilai grammarnya, karena yang dinilai kalimatnya, karena yang dinilai dan seterusnya. So the students will ask AI to write for them. Write a paragraph about global warming, and then they have a very good grammar, very good vocabulary, and so on. They got a good mark. Terus tidak dilihat, ini yang ngomong anak umur berapa sih? Untuk siapa sih ini dia nulis gitu kan? So we have to go beyond that actually. Ya, tapi yang terjadi sekarang itu tidak apa-apa sih, nggak salah sih. Yang salah bukan siswanya sih sebetulnya. Yang salah LKS-nya. Gurunya enggak, gurunya. LKS-nya yang salah. Translation. Then you can translate using AI. Yes, homework. When you mark just the homework for the score, then the student will go to AI. If waktu saya sekolah dulu kayaknya juga akan pakai AI sih. Kalau dikasih tuh homework, kerjaannya banyak, malas dan seterusnya, ya I run to AI. That's normal, that's human. Speaking practice, probably, but not that many. Worries you a lot, writing and homework. Nah, sekarang, you have used AI for lesson planning, or writing materials, or creating worksheet, or giving feedback, or rubrics. Yang mana? Karena pilihannya 30 detik aja deh. Apa ya? Nyontek ke tetangganya. Okay, lesson planning or creating materials, worksheet creation, and giving feedback. Okay, so you know a lot of AI for lesson planning, or you know some AI, they can create lesson plan. Think about it, AI, especially generative AI, like ChatGPT, like Gemini, like DeepSeek, they make prediction. Jadi lesson plan yang Bapak Ibu bikin pakai AI itu prediction. Belum tentu benar. Jangan pernah langsung dipakai. Ya, so think about that. That's a prediction. It's not the source. Dia nggak pinter kok. They learning from pattern only. You are smarter. Kasihan. Orang pinter jangan mau dijajah sama mesin. Ya, so think about that. Keep that in mind. Worksheet sama. Feedback sama. Useful, yes. How many of you familiar with DFID? Raise your hand. DFID? Sudah kenal DFID? Saya kenalkan, tapi nanti dikerjakannya di rumah. DFID is a specific AI for lesson planning and creating material. Hanya untuk itu, jangan tanya yang lain. Yang lain nggak bisa dia. Minta yang aneh-aneh nggak bisa. DFID can create picture, can create text, can create questions, can create exercises, but balik lagi, prediction. So you might change, you use some, not the whole things, but will help you creating a draft for materials. I'm going to show you just 1 second for that. So if I go to DFID, okay, this is my DFID. It's a freemium. There are free, and if you need some more and you have a lot of money, you can go to the premium. My advice, use the free one, because it's a prediction anyway. Yeah, even the pro, it's a prediction. So what's the difference? Yeah, use this as a draft for your lesson plan. For example, there is literally anything. So I type, for example, I'm teaching global warming. I type global warming. Then they will provide me with the text, exercise, and pictures, and so on. If you have a book, you can upload it, but I would say no, don't do it. They will steal the materials. Kalau free itu nggak free sebetulnya. Kita ngajarin dia. So if you have a book, good material, do not upload it in this kind of site. PDF, YouTube link. PDF, do not upload. Yeah. YouTube link, probably you can put YouTube link and then they will create the material for you. Or vocabulary. I like this one because if you teach 10 or 20 vocabulary, put there the list. Then they will create the picture, they will create the text, they will create the questions, and then we just adjust it. Oh, yang ini kayaknya kesulitan deh. Yang ini konteksnya nggak pas deh. Dan seterusnya. Yeah? I'm going to show you just one. For example, I'm teaching global warming, for example. English. So you can teach Mandarin, you can teach Arabic, you can use Chinese here if you're a Mandarin teacher, or Arabic or other languages. But I'm teaching English. Fourth grade, enggak deh, saya ngajarnya kayaknya kelas 10. Align to literary, skill ini bayar, depth of knowledge, kayaknya bayar. So, I leave it open, then I go to generate resources. Then we wait for a few seconds. They are working, creating pictures, and making the prediction. Ya, harus kita ingat terus ya, generative AI is not a source of knowledge, not always correct. They create prediction from pattern and so on. Ya, David, saya nggak tahu datanya dari mana saja dan seterusnya. Tapi yang terjadi adalah ini, reading and summary. They give me the picture. Okay. Then the effect of global warming. I got the picture. I can change the image. I got the effect of global warming on coastal ecosystem. Then I got a question here, the summary, the questions, then, the vocabulary, multiple choice questions, then short answer questions, then think pair share activities, but I need to go to premium. So I do not need that. At least I will have this, yeah, up to the questions there. You can always change or modify questions. Ada buttons-nya, yeah. That's a defeat. So do not rely too much on ChatGPT, Gemini, and so on and so on. There is a special things that you can do. It's easier to do the adjustment. That's a defeat. Now let's move on. You suspect students have used AI for kira-kira apa? For writing assignment, translation, paraphrasing, or speaking practice. Ya, mencurigainya dicurigai untuk apa? Pasti pakai AI nih. Saya pakai tapi nggak mau ngomong. Kalau ditanya anaknya ngaku nggak? Pasti nggak ngaku. Yeah, mostly writing assignment. Because that's the most difficult and they can do it and the text in English and the student don't read that, but there is a danger on that, yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that. They can make a prediction, they can draft essays, they can draft, rewrite, paraphrase, and so on and so on. Then you're thinking, Pak, kalau yang untuk ngecek anti plagiat apa sih? Ya, kalau ketemu yang baru anti plagiatnya, terus AI-nya makin canggih dan seterusnya, ya kita sibuk nyari anti plagiat dan segala macam. Kalau udah ketemu, terus mau diapain? Dihukum. Kalau dihukum terus pinter muridnya. So think about it. Yeah, we work in the education sector. That's very different attitude when we work in a company. Again, AI is for efficiency and for speed. Education is not about that. So they can rewrite, paraphrase, and so on. And also, they can have a conversation role play. How many of you familiar with ChatGPT? Raise your hand. Udah pakai ChatGPT? Nggak usah malu-malu, pakai. Ya tidak berdosa dan tenang aja. Nggak akan dicopot sama Pak Menteri. Okay, have you practiced speaking to your ChatGPT? Yeah. Do you use that in class? Not yet. I'm going to show you a little. Actually, probably, most likely, will be helpful. Let's see. I'm using the free version of ChatGPT. Morning.
Morning. How can I help you today? Anything on your mind?
I'm going to practice English. My English is not very good. Ask me as many questions as you can about my hobbies so that I can practice my English. Can we do that?
Of course, I'd be happy to. Let's get started. What's one hobby you enjoy the most, and why do you like it?
I like swimming.
Swimming is a great hobby. Do you prefer swimming in a pool, a lake, or maybe the ocean? And how often do you get to swim?
I swim in the river.
Oh, that sounds refreshing. What's the river like? Calm and gentle, or does it have a bit of a current? And do you usually swim alone or with friends?
Apa itu current?
Dalam konteks air, arus adalah gerakan aliran yang membawa air dari satu tempat ke tempat lain. Di sungai, arus ini bisa halus dan pelan atau bisa lebih kuat dan mendorong. Jadi saat kamu berenang di sungai, arus itu yang menggerakkan air di sekitarmu.
Thank you. Can you ask another questions then?
Absolutely. Aside from swimming, do you have any hobbies that you enjoy indoors? Maybe something creative or relaxing?
I love cooking.
Cooking is wonderful. What kinds of dishes do you enjoy making the most? And do you like trying out new recipes or sticking to your favorites?
I like cooking lotek.
Local dishes, that's fantastic. What's one local dish you're especially proud of cooking? And what makes it special for you?
I like lotek. Signal. Okay, thank you. What's good about it? I got the transcript. So the student, if the student don't understand, they can have a look at it. If they don't understand and quite confident, they can ask, they will explain in bahasa Indonesia. Ya, so mungkin bisa dipakai. Bikin salah, enggak apa-apa kalau yang ini. Ya, it's practice speaking. Rather than coming up in front of the class, you speak English, having a dialogue with another person, lawang bahasa Inggrisnya terbatas, ngobrol sama orang terbatas, juru piye. Itu ya. So I think maybe it's a good thing that you can try. Try it, and then you can write a paper. Not many people doing it, and you can share in your blog. You can share in your Facebook. You can share in a journal if you like. Yeah. So there are a lot of things to explore. Nggak bisa dari laptop, bisanya dari HP. You download ChatGPT, and then you can use it in your mobile. Okay, in writing, AI generate a police essay in second, very quickly. Like when I give instruction to David, they very quickly get the picture, the text, the question, and so on and so on. That's the same with student. If you give the student just instruction, write a paragraph about something, and then AI can do it in a second on that. Yeah. Now, if you mark and the paragraph is very good, then you say, okay, very good English. Probably not. At the area of AI, we have to find the evidence. What evidence will we accept as learning? So when you teach writing, first probably you can ask your student to draw. Do you have any ideas about global warming? Draw it. They're thinking, not just the language. We ask them to think about global warming. What's the output? It's not English yet. It's a drawing. Talk to your friend in English probably about your drawing. The drawing is about global warming. Talking to their friend in English about the picture about global warming. and then you come to writing. Okay? So the marking is not just the end product. You mark from the ideas, the drawing, you mark how they express their ideas orally with their friend, and then how they express ideas using, probably will get help from AI at the end. Yeah, that's just an idea. Maybe you can start practice that along with the AI. Now, reasoning behind the claim, kok ininya ditulis begini kenapa ya? You can use bahasa Indonesia if you're teaching SMP. Kalau dia tahu evidence-nya, dia ngerti, dia akan jawab. When it's written by AI, terus jawabnya itu dia. Berarti it's not his work. Yeah, a lot of grammatical mistake, that's okay. That's your advice. Then you can talk about grammatical with the AI, but not the thinking. Oral defense, personal local relevance, and so on. So, writing assessment, we have to change from product only to process, to defense, to do the reflection of the writing. Supaya tidak kayak yang awal tadi. Awal tadi kan writingnya you suspect that your student will use AI 100%. If you do this, not 100%. Like you use AI not 100%. Okay? You have the idea, you do prompting, you got a good prompt, not happy with that, use another prompt, not happy with that, and so on and so on. Your student, a learner, will not do that. Yeah, they do it differently. Okay. Why prompting is important? I want you, in your mind, draw a house. Jangan pakai kertas, di pikiran aja. Draw a house. Sudah? Sudah punya drawing in your mind? Ya. Talk to your friend. Ceritain. Drawing yang ada di pikiran tadi, ceritain ke tetangganya. Ngobrol aja. Apa? Gambar rumah kayak apa coba? Okay, can I stop you? Thank you. Ya, sama kalau mau ngajar writing, maybe ask them to do something, tell to their friend first so that they got clear idea. Tuh, supaya anak-anak nggak cepat nyontek, gitu ya. So there is a warming up on that. Then to activities. Why? Because AI always agree with you, always give an answer. So, if you are wrong, AI-nya ikut salah. Because they cannot think. They make prediction. They learn from pattern. So, if you have a wrong concept, dia nggak akan nentang, dia nggak akan ngelawan kita. You have a good reasoning, then you say, yeah, this is correct, and then they will believe you, this is correct. Namanya pembantu. AI kan pembantu ya, helping you try to please the master. If the master made mistake, the AI will make mistake. So AI is not always correct. Again, AI is a pattern prediction. It's not the source of knowledge. It's a partner of thinking. Gitu. And will always agree with you. Now, the problem comes with this. This is from Misra. AI agree with you, even if you're wrong, because it's called yes bot. Dia akan selalu setuju dengan tuannya. Okay? Accuracy drop when the students give the wrong answer, because the AI will believe in that. AI follows the user not the truth. If the user is a bad guy, the AI will be a bad guy. If your AI is, you are a good person, your AI will be a good person. My AI here, even though I'm using ChatGPT, and your AI is different. Jangan pernah mikir bahwa AI saya dengan AI ibu atau bapak pakai sama. No. They're learning from you. They'll take your pattern. They will agree with you in most cases. Think about that. Your student using AI, ya AI-nya nggak sepinter yang dipakai gurunya, and there is a danger. Okay? So keep that in mind. Bukan opini saya, tapi punya Misra. Yes, what problem? Conversational drift. Small error, dia pakai terus-terusan, gitu ya, will become a big misunderstanding. That's why we are worried if the student or young learners and so on, they use AI too much without guidance. Ya, begitulah kira-kira. So, understanding AI is crucial. Understanding AI is a must. Banyak orang pikir itu sumber sesuatu, it is not. Orang bilang dia mesin pintar, enggak juga. Kelihatan pintar, yes. They learn from you, itu harus disadarin. They learn a lot from the user. So if the user made a lot of mistakes, they will agree with the mistakes. Terus pintarnya kapan? Ya balik lagi, tergantung gurunya kan. Yeah, we have to be aware about that. Not many people aware about that. This is the area of education. Now, this is the dilemma. The less you know, the easier AI can mislead you because halusinasinya tinggi. Yes. Yeah, if you don't know and then you do a prompting, not very good prompting, ya kemana-mana dia. Karena namanya prediksi. Ya. So, if a smart student, a lot of questions, a lot of curiosity, talking to AI, they will get smarter and smarter. The slow learner, pertanyaannya aja udah nggak bener. Dijawab nggak? Dijawab. Terus makin nggak bener. So the slow learner will go down there, and the smart student will go very fast. And you as a teacher, think about it. I will not give advice or whatever. It's very much depends on your context. But we have to be aware about that. If the student learn slow, terus pakai AI aja biar dia cepat pintar, no way. That's not the answer. Creative students probably yes, yeah, but still need a lot of guidance on that. Now, challenge for you. 3 Little Pigs. Familiar with the story of 3 Little Pigs? 3 babi kecil? Ya, kira-kira gitu ya. Using this reading text, write one prompt to ask AI to help you as an English teacher to write comprehension question, vocabulary, grammar task, or summary. Pikirkan prompt apa yang diminta dari AI. You got a text, 3 Little Pigs, then you have to create probably comprehension questions, boleh, vocab, boleh, terus making summaries, boleh, pakai AI. Kira-kira promptnya apa? Can you scan that and answer it? Bapak Ibu bikin prompt, nggak ada benar, nggak ada salah. Nanti kita coba. Pasti lucu. Nanti kita ketawa-ketawa terus makan siang. No, we have to wait for Professor Chen. Sudah di scan? Prompting is important for teachers supaya bisa ngajarin anak-anak prompting yang benar, supaya tidak terlalu salah waktu AI making prediction. Yep. Bisa? Kalau sudah ketemu Padletnya, ada plus, diklik plus, terus tulis promptnya. Yang paling bagus dapat hadiah, TV. Buat cerita tentang 3 babi yang membuat rumah cantik. Nah, itu promptnya. Terus nanti AI-nya bikin apa gitu kan? Yang keluar apa? I'm an English teacher. I teach 11th grade. Please help me creating 5 comparison questions from the text attached with 3 multiple choices each question. Deeper zebra. Very good prompt. Ya, kenapa very good kita bahas nanti. Make 3 multiple comprehension question with 5 options. If you are one of the pigs in the 3 little pig story, what would you be? Buatkan saya pertanyaan dalam cerita 3 babi dengan tingkat pertanyaan HOTS. Okay, some of you are making a very good prompt. Some of you not really clear. Some of you giving details. Okay, thank you very much for the prompt. Can you make descriptive text with this picture? Pasti bisa. Nggak pernah bilang nggak bisa dia. Pasti bisa dan pasti mau. Okay, thank you. Now let's move on and come back to this later on. Some of you creating a very good prompt, some of you very short. Harus diingat, kalau perintahnya tidak jelas, ya dia tambah ngaco. Itu kan? Kalau promptnya, "Hi AI, please show me the moral value of the students." Bisa jawab? Bisa. Pasti jawab? Pasti. Because they're creating prediction and they will answer your questions. Is it correct? Probably not. Very much depends on the question. If you say, for example, please make a picture of 3 little pigs which builds a house of straw. Dibuatkan nggak? Pasti dibuatkan. Sesuai dengan yang diinginkan? Maybe not. Sama dengan perintah saya tadi. Draw a house in your mind. Oh, sibuk kan bikin prediction. Yang dimauin Pak Jati itu apa? Nggak nanya kan? Rumahnya warnanya apa? Nggak nanya saya kan? Terus langsung draw aja. Persis seperti AI itu. Hasilnya pasti berbeda. Ya, the whole class yang di pikiran masing-masing pasti beda kan? That's the same thing when you ask AI. Create 3 questions about 3 little pigs. Bikin dia. Is it the same with what I want? Probably not. Yeah. So again, that's a prediction on that. Now, let's move on.
Pak Jati, just
Yeah.
a gentle time note about 5 minutes.
5
maybe?
minutes.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
it's okay. So this is a good prompt and a bad prompt. You are an English teacher, create 5 comprehension questions about the story of Three Little Pigs, focusing on setting, focusing on characters, focusing on main events. Itu prompt yang lumayan baik. Yang tidak, you can go to make questions about the story. The result is the same. So, the precise, precision, know what you want, itu penting. Guidance for you all, RCTS. You have to give the rules, you have to give the context, and then baru diperintah. The rules. Hi AI, you are a teacher teaching high school, for example, English, then the context. Your students are smart enough, active with this, for example, level A2, A1. You have to mention the level of proficiency to give the context, and then the task. Tasknya bisa create something, something, something. So you have to give a background. Kasih dia role, AI-nya, then the context, the situation, your situation, then what you want. If you have sources, you can upload it. Or you can mention it. Resource-nya misalnya website, then you can put it there. Then you will get a better answer on that. So, like this, for example, you are an English teacher, create 5 A2 level comprehension questions about Three Little Pigs story, focusing on certain characters and main event. That's more accurate, the answer. If you just say, make question about the story, then they're getting creative. Meaning, not really suitable with your purpose on that. Conversation partner. Ajarin murid-muridnya untuk membuat prompt seperti, you are my English tutor, I am an English language learner, my proficiency level is A1, I want to practice my English with you. Konteksnya. Terus tugasnya apa? Start asking me some questions to talk about my hobbies and interests. Seperti yang saya praktekkan tadi. Tapi promptnya harus jelas. Kalau promptnya nggak jelas, repot nanti. Itu ya. So, gampang. RCTS yang harus diingat. Basic prompt. Ada cara yang banyak. So, those who are less AI literate will not only miss out on the benefit, tapi will get affected by its negative impact. Ada yang negatif, ada yang positif. If you know RCTS, you know that AI making prediction, you know that AI is not the source of knowledge and so on, you have to understand that. That's the key point. Guru yang belum pernah dengar itu dan tidak pernah tahu itu, using AI, ya lumayan berbahaya sebetulnya. Ya, the students will get degraded on that, terus nanti melarang nggak boleh AI dan seterusnya dan seterusnya. So the teachers, you have to have AI literacy. Yeah, basic AI literacy at least. AI literacy means understanding questioning, how to ask questions to the AI, how to give the context to the AI, and collaborate with AI. What ChatGPT produces, what Gemini produces, do not trust them. It's their prediction. If you talk to ChatGPT, then you ask question to Gemini, you will get different answer because 2% making 2 prediction. If you talk to DeepSeek, that the data a lot from China, you will have a lot of Chinese prediction. Put it that way. I think it's make it clearer. Yeah, that's AI literacy. Bukan cara mengoperasikannya, but more on the thinking. So thank you very much. If you want to join a Telegram group, boleh di-scan yang punya Telegram. We talk a lot about technology in that group, or you can email me if you have any questions later on. If the time is limited, you can email me. It's always welcome. That's my number. Disturb my life, then I will learn. I'm serious. Disturb my life. Ask me a lot of questions. I learn from you a lot. I learn from the field a lot on that. I'm in social media. Saya ada di Facebook, saya ada di Instagram, saya ada di Thread, saya ada di X yang dulunya Twitter, saya ada di Snapchat, saya ada di LinkedIn. Disturb my life and I will learn. Ya, silahkan. Jangan sungkan.
Thank you.
I can view report. Yeah. Then I will get the participant summary. That's for my benefit. Jadi kalau nanti tertarik, boleh pakai yang beginian. Interaksi dengan siswanya terekam. Okay, thank you very much, and I end the session. Stop sharing.
Thank you, Bapak Ibu sekali lagi. Thank you. Terima kasih Pak Jati. Thank you very much Pak Jati for a very engaging session. Bapak Ibu, please hold your questions. We will address them in joint Q&A after Prof. Chen presenting. Yeah. And for online participant, you may begin posting your questions in the chat box. And over to you, Bu Rati, for the second speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We need one more chair. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the first keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Anuncius Kumawang Jati, Master of Art, for the insightful and inspiring presentation. Now we invite Dr. Anuncius to return to his seat. Now to our moderator, please remain on the stage as we proceed directly to the next sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, due to the time consideration to ensure the continuity to our program, the coffee and tea break will take place concurrently with the next keynote sessions. So you can take it. For our on-site participant, please enjoy the refreshment provided while continuing the following sessions. For the online participant, the program will proceed as scheduled. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with the keynote session 2. Our second keynote speaker is Professor Ying Hui Chen, PhD, the Professor Emeritus from Asia University, Taiwan. The sessions will be moderated by Dr. Siti Zulaiha, Master of Art. Oh, we need one more chair. Yeah, Dr. Gumawang, you may return. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu
Yes.
Rati, Miss Rati. If the first keynote help us stay grounded, pedagogy first, tools second. Then our next keynote invites us to zoom out and ask the bigger question: how should us think English education itself in an era shaped by generative AI and global Englishes? With that, let us move. Let me introduce you to Prof. Ying Hui Chen. Prof. Chen was the immediate past dean of the International College and the College of Humanities and Social Sciences at Asia University, Taiwan. He just retired officially in February 2025 and is a professor emeritus now at Asia University. Dr. Chen had a BA and MA degrees in English and obtained his doctoral degree in English literature at the University of Maryland, College Park, USA in 1991. With the support of a Fulbright scholarship and a grant from National Science Council, Taiwan. Ever since his return to Taiwan in 1991, Dr. Chen had taught at various universities, both national and private in Taiwan, including National Sun Yat-sen University. National Kaohsiung First University of Science and Technology, just to name a few. Very outstanding records from Prof. Chan. Aside from his teaching and research, Prof. Chan had served as department chair and college dean at more than 5 universities. His strength in particular lies in his ability to organize and coordinate academic programs and administrative duties. Prof. Chan research areas mainly lie in Victorian literature, post-colonial literature, English for specific purposes, very close to us, yeah, because we are all English teachers, and culture studies. Prof. Chan is also a material writer and has recently published The Joy of Literature and English for Hospitality and Tourism. Prof. Chan was the founder and former president of Taiwan ESP Association and served as TESOL ESP IS chair from 2012 to 2013. He also received the Asia Education Leadership Award, an honor offered by the World Education Congress. Currently, he serves as the president of Taiwan Association for the Development of International Education Program. Prof. Chan, thank you for joining us. Please begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the kind introduction. I have been thinking for today's session, we have like 100 lecturers coming over to attend, Dr. Jati's session, my session. We give you a lot of input. This is called input. And then when you return back to school, you are going to implement what you have learned from our input in class to see whether you are improving your teaching or not. But there's one key factor before you do this. That's called teacher's efficacy. In the past, we just used the term teacher belief. Now we use the term teacher efficacy. Okay? So my point is, when you return back to school, can you change your way of teaching, or you are still the old self? It has much to do with your belief. Do you believe AI will change teaching or not? Or you still resist using AI in class? It has a lot to do with your belief system, like your religious system, right? So I don't know whether you can improve or not. Think about this, okay? First of all, you need to change your belief system, okay? And I think the keynote to me is more or less like awareness raising. If you are going to learn some tricks from me, how to improve your class in 40 minutes, it's a cheap way to learn this, right? So my key point is try to change your awareness, your consciousness. I think Dr. JT major in language teaching. Sorry. I major in English literature. Okay? So obviously, none of us major in computer science, in engineering, in AI. So we are in the same boat. We are in the same boat. You are in much a better position than me. I am an old dog. I am teaching you how to learn new tricks. Okay? So I mention this just to let you know, we are all learning. If you haven't decided to move up, to learn AI. Of course, you can still survive as a teacher because education is very much human. So long as we are human, we can still render a lot of help to our students. But with AI, you can save a lot of extra work, a lot of trouble. Last night, I have some good conversation with Pak Didik, okay, Dr. Didik. I told him, Pak Didik, you surprised me because in my imagination, the Indonesian people, I'm not trying to offend you, okay? The Indonesian people, they are, very relaxing, okay? Yeah, they are very relaxing. They are very carefree. But now it's in the evening. You still have meeting with your colleagues. Unbelievable. In Taiwan, we have never done this. Okay? We just do it in the daytime. But you are still doing it in the evening. So sometimes my key point is Indonesians could surprise us. Okay? Could surprise us. Okay? Okay, by telling you this, let me just start with my presentation because of time pressure. Okay, I start with the human touch. Okay, that's my introduction, and then the scholar's dilemma. That's my dilemma. My dilemma is your dilemma because we are in the same boat. Okay, and then we'll talk a little bit about the status of English. Your minister this morning just said, we want to lower the learning age to primary, but unfortunately, we speak Indonesian English. That's not the right concept. Who owns English? Tell me who owns English. English is owned by nobody. That means we all own English. English doesn't belong to the British, the Australian, the UK. English belongs to each of us. We are all stakeholders because English today has become global. So we put global English with plural, ES, global Englishes. Okay, so I also want to change your concept. Don't think, oh, I am a poor teacher, poor English teacher, because I'm not a native speaker. Nobody is a native speaker of English today. You have to be aware of this, okay? In Taiwan, if I want to hire an English teacher, I advertise looking for native speaker of English. Let me tell you, I will be in trouble. I will be in trouble. I will be challenged. Tell me who is the native speaker of English. Whose English is standard? We are all standard. We are all speaking standard English. Okay. So the status of English, and then the paradigm shift. I think this is very important to us. In the past, we push information to students, whether they like it or not. We push, right? We transmit a lot of information, giving students a lot of information, whether they want to learn or not. But today, with AI, the situation is totally changed. You know why? Professor Jati just talked about prompting. Prompting is very, very important. Prompting. In other words, your student need to be able to ask questions. So today with AI, it's not a teacher who push information to student. It's the student who pour information to them. Okay? So just remember, push in the past, pulling now. That's push and pull. Okay, so teaching paradigm has shifted. So if you are a language teacher, you still teach, occupy. Let's say your class is 50 minutes. You occupy 50 minutes for your teaching. I can tell you, you are a poor teacher. Poor teacher. A teacher at most use 50 minutes of the class, leaving the rest for students. That is a better teacher. Okay, but we are quite, we have high morality, thinking the government pay me 1 hour for teaching. I have to do 1 hour teaching. That's not right. That's not accurate. Okay, so you have to think about, and then English matters. I was quite delighted when minister said that Indonesian, in terms of English ability, comparative speaking, is not competitive enough. Okay, so they want to enhance students' language ability. Actually, not just English. I read the information about mathematics. You have the so-called Olympia competition, right? In terms of mathematics, Indonesia was ranked 63. Okay, not very good performance. 63 in terms of mathematics, not just English. Okay, so if you want to move forward, English is important still, whether you like it or not, still the number one language. If you use ChatGPT, if you use Gemini, you ask the question in Bahasa Indonesia, and then you ask the same question in English, the answer could be totally different. I tried this myself because I speak at home. I speak Taiwanese. Okay, that's the dialect. Like you speak Javanese, but in office at school we speak Mandarin Chinese. Okay, I asked Gemini in English and then in Mandarin Chinese. I got totally different answers. You can try yourself, asking questions, the same questions in English and in Bahasa Indonesia. Why? Because ChatGPT, Gemini, X, or even DeepMind, for example, they search information, okay, from widely used language. Besides, the language need to be digitalized. If the language is not digitalized, they simply cannot find, the information. So AI is looking for all types of information from you. If you ask ChatGPT, how many language do you use? ChatGPT can ask this question, or ask Gemini, how many language do you use? They refuse to tell you the answer. They will not tell you the answer. I ask myself. They say, we use a lot of languages, but we cannot tell precisely how many languages we use. Then I keep on asking, give me the top 3 languages used by ChatGPT, by Gemini. Of course, refuse to answer my question. But they will say, given English has huge population, probably English is the most used language in ChatGPT, in Gemini. That's true. That's true. My understanding, okay, around the world, there are about 7,000 existing languages. 7,000. Okay? In Indonesia, you know, you have more than 700. Huge, wide spectrum of language used here. And for ChatGPT, for Gemini, they use roughly 95 plus languages, including Bahasa Indonesia. So Bahasa Indonesia is used by ChatGPT, by Gemini. But try again, okay? The difference between the prompt you raise in Bahasa Indonesia and English, totally different, okay? So that's why English still matters. So that's the reason why I said, don't think English belongs to the United States, belongs to Australia. We are the user of English, right? I'm delivering my speech not in my language, in English, but I have to admit English is my language. English is not a foreign language. In Taiwan, in Indonesia, English is still considered a foreign language. But very soon, Taiwan is moving toward bilingual country. By the year 2030, okay? So all the high school teachers, they are encouraged by offering incentives to teach their subjects in English. At the university level, we have the so-called EMI, English Medium Instruction. And the incentive is, if I teach my subjects in Mandarin, of course, I receive regular salary, okay? If I teach my subject in English, the hourly salary is double, 2 times. Yeah, 2 times. For example, 1 hour is $20, for example. Then if you deliver in English, it's $40. Okay, so this university, uhamka, for example, need to take the initiative by offering incentive. Okay, I just discussed with your rector. Your rector said that we will create a center for professional development using this university as a role model. But before you do that, try to offer incentive to the teachers so the teachers are motivated. We need to motivate students. Teachers also need to be motivated, right? If your salary is double, for example, anyone who teaches subject in English, double salary. Yeah, I think that will make all the difference. Okay, so English still matters. English still matters, believe me, okay? And then I think number 6, textual power. Because my background is English literature. I just believe some of you are English literature background. In the past, when I was a student, in the English department, we have 3 areas: literature, linguistics, language teaching. I say this by not belittling the language teaching, but in my generation, at least at my university, the best talents went for literature. They think literature is something crazy. Only the real people, okay, can study literature, okay? Because literature is considered mysterious, too imaginative, incomprehensive, unpractical, okay? So, but it's not easy to study literature. So today, I believe in Indonesia as in Taiwan, not many students in the language department would learn literature. If you teach literature, the whole class will fall asleep. And that's my experience too. I'm a very experienced teacher already, right? But I teach literature. Very difficult. So don't say you teach literature. Or don't say you teach literature with a big L. We always spell literature with a big L, right? Small L. Okay? Literature with a small L. What does it mean by literature with a small L? That means you are teaching your student texts. Any written material are texts. You send a text, you send a message to your friend, saying hello, right? That's literature. That's literature. This is literature. So any written language, anything that is written should be considered literature. Okay? You don't have to teach Shakespeare, so that's literature. If you teach Shakespeare in class, I used to teach Shakespeare myself, okay? The whole class would fall asleep. Believe me, right? So don't say, we are going to learn literature. We are going to learn how to do with texts. So the key point is textual power. What is meant by textual power? You teach students the ability to read, this very fundamental level, the reading ability. After reading, some can do the reading, or we can all do the reading. But after reading, you have to be able to interpret. Interpretation is more difficult, right? This is the second level. The highest level is to criticize the texts. So this is called textual power. The ability to read, to interpret, and to criticize. For example, I read a short story by Hemingway. After I finish reading Hemingway, I can easily criticize the story itself. What's wrong? Okay, I do believe a lot of you are using ChatGPT for your class. I did use this for my class. What did I do? I mainly in two areas. Number one, I assign students with essay questions. Essay questions. I ask my student, you ask a question about my question. I give you the general question. You ask your question to ChatGPT. In other words, prompt, okay? And you get the answer from ChatGPT, from Gemini. Paste the answer on the paper. That's the first step. After this, you criticize the answer you obtain from ChatGPT. And I just mark grade students' paper based upon their criticism. In this way, you can develop students' critical ability, critical thinking. And to me, in the age of AI, critical thinking is important. You can also ask students, by giving them a question, they can come up with different prompting. Okay? Different students raise questions in a different manner, and they get different answer. And you can engage in discussion. How come? I give you the same question. How come you have different promptings? Because of individual difference, because of individual learning experience. Okay? So in class, emphasize. Okay? Final PowerPoint is called, a conclusion is informing or engaging. These are the two teaching approach and very important. Informing, like ChatGPT, give us a lot of facts, information, informing. And a lot of teachers used to inform the student, offer a lot of information to the students. But today, they don't need information. Through AI, they can get all types of questions. Even ask a student, for example, in which year did Christopher Columbus discover America? You might have this kind of question in the past. Oh, the correct answer is 1492. If you ask this kind of question, students get the answer in a minute. So this is not the right question for you to ask. Any factual question today will become obsolete, out of date. You need to be able to engage your student. How to engage your student? By stimulating their imagination. You remember the story called The Little Prince. You remember The Little Prince, right? Yes or no? Did anybody here read The Little Prince? Raise your hand. Oh my God. Language teachers did not read Little Prince. How could you become the language teacher? The Little Prince is one of my required reading for my students, freshman student, year 1 student at the university. Little Prince, I can tell you, the Little Prince. Oh, sorry, I pronounced it not right, okay? Because, oh, Little Prince, okay. No, so we speak different English, right? Okay. You know, according to some research, I'm not that sure about your Bible, Korean, right? But the English Bible is the #1 bestseller. The second bestseller over the years, over the 100 years, is The Little Prince. So I usually give The Little Prince as gift items. Gift items, okay? It was written in French, but the English translation is just perfect, okay? So you read The Little Prince, right? Okay, now I can ask you the question, okay? Okay. You remember the author of The Little Prince was a pilot, and he got crashed in desert, and he was busy fixing the engine. Then during his, time of fixing the engine, the Little Prince descended from somewhere, and the Little Prince began to ask the writer, could you draw me a ship? You remember that? Obviously, you did not read The Little Prince. Could you draw me a ship? Okay, then the writer drew him a ship, but it's quite sick. Then the Little Prince said, I did not want this ship. It's too sick, too orderly, okay? Then the second ship asked for the second ship. He said, no, this is not a ship. It's a ram with hole, okay? So he refused the 3 pictures drawn for him, okay? Finally, the pilot was very upset and angry. He drew a box, a crate, C-R-A-T, a box. He said that, here is the ship. Just look inside yourself. To the surprise of the author, the Little Prince smiled, said, yes, that's what I want. Okay? Why? Why is this? So today we have the expression, think out of box. Use your imagination to think the kind of shape you want inside the box. Okay, that's the teaching from the Little Prince. Okay, in other words, imagination. Yeah, imagination. If you cannot stimulate your students' imagination, your teaching will not become effective. But how to stimulate your students' imagination? If you tell your student water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, student would feel quite boring. Okay, but if you tell your student you have boyfriends, you have girlfriends, you said to a boy, tell your girlfriend, my girlfriend is like a red rose. Makes all the difference, right? Yeah, you use this kind of language to teach your student. Your boyfriend have a girlfriend, right? Your girlfriend is like a red rose. Then students begin to think, is a red rose a good symbol or not? What does a red rose mean to him? So he starts to ask a lot of questions. In this way, you can engage your student in terms of language theory. One is called referential language, factual language, language that just provide information, facts. The other is called representational language, language that conveys more than the facts, language that can stimulate students' imagination. So when you pick up, you select the material, text material. So it has a lot to do with texts. When you pick up a text, you have to make sure whether the text is mostly composed of representational language or just referential language. Both language are needed, but the ratio, the percentage is important. If you have more representational language in class, you can better stimulate your student. If you all teach referential language in class, your student will easily fall asleep. Okay, this is about the overall what I want to say. Okay, let's just give you some small detail. Let me try with this. Okay, could you read this?
Which one? I want to explore. Which one? I want to just read, right? Okay, I want to explore in class how. Oh,
Baca di sini
middle-aged
dia.
couple playing tennis when the game ends and they go home. The need will still be between them.
After the reading, you need to do the interpretation, right? Okay. How to interpret?
All right. This is my opinion. About 40 and the side one is love. Middle age, middle in the middle and then age. Yeah.
You are middle age. Is that right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Yeah, perhaps you are in early 30 or early 20, I don't know. But you can imagine that's you and your husband, right? What are you doing? What are you doing? Huh?
No, usually.
No, just answer me. What are you doing?
Usually with my husband. No, not playing actually. We just discussing about our children, and then about playing is just we can hide it.
No, you are playing tennis.
No.
No, I'm saying you are the
Yes.
couple here, okay?
Yes.
You are playing tennis, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So imagine you and your husband are playing tennis.
Maybe
Okay?
excuse me, sir. Maybe for the time being, the popular sport is paddle.
I know badminton, not tennis.
Okay.
Yeah. But just use your imagination, okay? Imagine that's you and your husband. You are playing tennis, right? And then you finish the game. Then what happened?
Okay.
What happened? The net is still between them. The net refer to the barrier, psychological barrier. You do not have very good relationship. Okay? You try to use this kind of game, this kind of sport to, improve your relationship. So you go together for a game, for playing tennis. But after you finish playing the tennis, the gap, the problem still remains. Doesn't it happen to you? Right? Mostly. Yeah, I think so. Okay. So now, I just ask you one or two questions. What does the title 40 Love mean? What does it mean, 40 Love? Of course, easy answer is love in the 40s, right? You are in the 40s. That's the love between you and your husband. Describe the love relationship, right? Love in the 40s. Everybody, I believe, if you give this to your student can easily answer for love in the 40s. That's my parents' love relationship, right? Yeah. Number one. But if you are a very good tennis player, 40 love actually refer to the scoring. The scoring. One player gains 40 points. Okay? The other player gain love point. In tennis, they don't say 0. Okay? They don't say 40 to 0. They will say 40 to love. So one player gains 40 points. One player gains 0 point. You ask your student, who gains 40 points? Your student would say, my father. I say, why not your mother? Because my father is a man, is masculine, is powerful. Okay? So it's usually the father. So you have the gender stereotype. In the imagination of your student, it's always the father who is more powerful, not the mother. But I would tell the student, what if the mother gains 40 points, the husband 0 point, your father 0 point? Then the student would say, they might divorce. Okay? So I think you can ask your student a lot of questions. Gender equality, stereotype, even they get involved in tennis, sports, for example. But this point is not just for you to read, for you to visualize, to see. You see the layout. Right? It looks like a tennis court. Could you follow me? The layout, the structure of this looks like a tennis court. Okay. If you ask ChatGPT about this, okay, deleting the author, okay, now I put the author there. If you do this without the author, I tried this 2 or 3 times with ChatGPT, with Gemini. I got very nonsensical answer from ChatGPT, from Gemini. They simply could not read this. Only human can do this. But later on, I told ChatGPT and Gemini, I thought you are very intelligent, you are very smart. How come you cannot read it for me? Because I could not understand what it meant. ChatGPT cannot do this, surprisingly. But later on, I put the writer there. Suddenly, I received very inspiring, very thoughtful responses from ChatGPT, because they have the author to do the research. They could search for this author. Okay, so this, to me, this is a rare moment for any language teachers. You start your class with some, obviously this is a poem, but you don't have to say it's a poem, just a text. You start your class with these texts, and you can engage your students. They will have very lively discussion in class. Okay, to me, any language teacher need to have this kind of moment in your class. I would call a rare moment where language itself can invite your student. Okay, so your student can feel the text, can discover the texts. Okay, just give you one example. This is another one. I will try this. I don't think you can read this. Can you read this? Maybe. Okay, try. It's the shortest poem in English. Okay. The words in a parenthesis. Okay. A leaf falling down, a leaf falls, right? Loneliness. That's how the author, imagine being lonely, like a single leaf falling down from the tree. That's loneliness. If you give your student this text, the whole hour they would be engaged in all types of discussion. But you try this, ChatGPT can do this because this is too famous. Okay, this is too famous. So this is what I meant, the so-called human touch. Human touch. Only human can do this. So as a teacher, don't be afraid of using AI. AI solve a lot of our problems, save us a lot of time. But as a language teacher, we can offer this kind of human touch. We can stimulate our students' imagination to make their learning effective. Okay?
Prof. Chan, just
how many minutes?
Reminder? Yeah.
5 minutes? Okay, I can finish anytime, don't worry. Yeah, because I give you the overall picture already. This is my background. I call it vertical silo. Silo is a business term, not a good word. Silo means in isolation. It's me, okay? And I think this is the real problem with Indonesian education system. Why? If you happen to be a math major for your bachelor, mathematics in bachelor, when you move to the master level, you still need to major in mathematics. When you move further to the PhD, you still need to pick up mathematics. That's the trend here. Okay, mathematics, bachelor, master, PhD. In the past, that's the right model. But today, especially, is the arrival of AI. This will no longer work. But that's my background. Okay, my bachelor is in English, actually from National Taiwan Normal University. Normal University is a university for teachers. Okay, master also English, and then I got a Fulbright, States, again for English. So very vertical, like system. But I can tell you this is not right. With AI as a helper, as a tool, they can collect all types of information from different fields. So my lesson to you would be, try to change your perspective from horizontal thinking, from vertical thinking to horizontal. I just discussed with some top leaders of your ministry. I said, Indonesia need to make some change, especially moving from vertical to horizontal. If you happen to listen to Steve Jobs' address, okay, commencement address, delivered at Stanford University, remember in his speech, he talked about 3 stories. He mentioned, for today, I'm going to tell you 3 stories. The first story he talked about is so-called connecting the dots. Our students learn information pieces, okay? A little piece here, a little piece there. We need to train our students to be able to combine little pieces into a coherent landscape. That's our duty as an educator, okay? Just give you some idea. And in the past, people always talk about 2 cultures. One refer to sciences, one refer to humanities. And these 2 are always divided. But today, these 2 are trying to merge together. For Jati to be able to deliver his speech on generative AI, for me to be able to share with you my experience with using generative AI, obviously we are moving beyond our territory, okay? And this is something for our educators, for our teachers to learn, okay? And this is another important theorist called Bakhtin from Russia, okay? Talk about in terms of science, it's always monologic. In terms of humanities, it's always dialogic. So we are in humanities. We need to use dialogic approach in have good dialogue with conversation with your student, okay? This is just give some idea. When I was a student in the United States, I suffered from writing a lot of papers, okay? At that time, we have no computer, just a typewriter. If you are of my age, you know the experience using typewriter. I typed the whole paper in the evening, in the late evening, and suddenly some new idea just came up. I said, I need to put this in the paper. I destroyed the whole paper. So you are very lucky. You have internet. You have computer. Today, you are far luckier than us. You generative AI. So why make good use of generative AI? If you participate after I teach, you still believe in your teaching method, I just want to resist the invasion of generative AI. Let me tell you, you will be the loser at the end. ChatGPT is not threatening. It's coming to help us to better use. And this happened to me, typewriter. You cannot buy any typewriter now, okay? Actually, there are more than 100 tools, education tools, technical tools, okay? It doesn't matter whether you use ChatGPT, Gemini, to good use of in the right position to do your good job. Okay, so that's what I try to say, okay? From vertical thinking to horizontal thinking, okay? And it's always lenient in Indonesian education system. And you try to change this, okay?
Prof. Chan, could we explore your ideas
okay,
later?
okay, yeah.
Thank you.
One should be okay, okay? This is a good example. I read the book several times. I recommend the book to my friends, my students. It's the book I recommend to you. This writer, okay, obviously, Paul Kalaniti, the family came from India and moved to the United States, okay? He studied English literature, the bachelor. English literature for the bachelor, okay? And some science and literature for the master. But you know his final degree, PhD degree, in neuroscience. Neuroscience. I don't think any scholar in Indonesia can do this, nor in Taiwan. He is a very typical example. They move beyond the boundary. Okay? English major turned out to be a neurosurgeon. Unbelievable. I do have quite a few friends in the UK. They start with nursing, and end up with PhD in literature. So this is quite, a trend, okay? So try to change this. For this, I just end up with about 3 more slides. English, this is the language of English language. You might not know this. English from the very beginning is hybrid. English came from Germanic. This is a Germanic language, like German, okay, a German language. But Germanic today only occupy 26. 29 came from French. A lot of French in English. And another 29 came from Latin. Okay? Jati was very good at Latin. I learned Latin myself. Okay? That's English. One day, Bahasa in the English become part of the English language. Don't be surprised. We have the expression, long time no see, right? You understand this, yes or no? Long time no see is from Mandarin. Okay? In China, in Taiwan, when you want to say a person, what do you say? Ni hao. Okay, ni hao is very good. But the most common expression in China, in Taiwan, when you want to say hello to a person, you will say, have you eaten? Right? You love it. In our 爸杯吃饱了没? Okay, have you eaten? Doesn't mean the person is concerned about whether you are hungry or not. That's just a common. So if one day, have you eaten become a common expression in English, don't be surprised. Only 2 countries, or perhaps 3 countries, will decide the future of the English language. One is India. India will decide the future of the English language. The other is China. And now, in my imagination, the third country is Indonesia. And decide the development of the English language given your population. You have more than 275 million, right? Plus the population in Malaysia. Rather with Indonesia. Actually, you know, Bahasa Indonesia is Malay language. It's unique, yeah, independent. So you call it Bahasa Indonesia. Okay, in origin, it's Malay language. So put all these two country populations together, you have more than 300 million population. So number 4 in the world in terms of population. So if one day you have a lot of Indonesia in English, I would not be surprised. Okay, it's a hybrid. Then this is English in the past. It comes from Shakespeare. Okay, actually from the Tempest. A certain duke from Milan got shipwrecked near Africa, and then he landed and he began to teach the native people there the language. And eventually Caliban, representative of the native, said that, Master, you taught me language, now I use you to curse you. That's in the past. We learn English to curse the British people, right? The Dutch to curse the Dutch. Indonesia was conquered by the Dutch. Taiwan was conquered by the Japanese, right? So we in Taiwan learned the Japanese to curse the Japanese. We learned the language to curse. That's the language in the past. But today, because the master doesn't own the language, it's owned by both the master and the servant. No master, no servant, we are all equal. Okay? So, the English today, I think, just some idea, English has become a lingua. This is the term, as a language teacher, you need to be aware. A lingua franca means the world's most common language. So who owns English? So I tell minister, don't say you speak Indonesian English. You speak the world English. You are a world citizen. We all speak the same language. You in Indonesia, you speak English with Indonesian accent. Me in Taiwan speak English with Taiwan accent. That's right. In English, if you travel to Scotland, there's different English. Scottish. So the same. Okay, I would refer you to Jennifer Jenkins. I happen to know her at several conferences. She's the one kind of concept. Okay, once English has become no longer to talk about standard. Who speaks standard? You cannot say Professor Chen, you cannot speak English. I would argue with you. I believe my English standard. And your English standard too. So who speaks standard English? Okay? So I think there's some application, but the key point is the native speaker is no longer the referee. They are no longer the judge, okay? They are no longer the judge. Okay, now let's move to these are some exercise, okay? Yeah, let's move to this too. This could be the last time. Only when student imagination is engaged can learning effective. Bear in mind, this is my experience too. So aside from additional 4 skills, don't say I'm teaching skills. 4 skills are not enough. Okay? Yes, you teach skills, but you need to have the 5th skill. Okay? So if your rector asks you, what kind of English you are teaching? I'm teaching the 5th skill. Your rector will be quite, what is the 5th skill? The skill is thinking in English. I think that's about, okay, they stop me, okay, because I overused the time. Okay, don't worry. So if you have questions, I can answer your question. Okay? Thank you for your participation. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Chan. Very interesting. Thank you for the intellectually rich keynote. We need more time.
I know you can throw my time. Don't worry.
We need more time, yeah, to listen to Prof. Chan and to Pak Jati. We almost reached 12 p.m., but I am sure you have lots of questions. It's Q&A time for both speakers. Pak Jati, we would like to invite Pak Jati. We're going to provide one more chair. Yeah. Bapak Ibu dipersilakan. So please state your name and institution. Satu ya. Kita bersabar sebentar untuk break ya, boleh ya? Untuk Q&A, accommodate several question. Ibu, okay. Ibu, please state your name and institution. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Uung Ulfa. I'm from 66 Senior High. Yeah, Uung. Yeah.
Ibu Uung.
I was studied here, uhamka, but not here. The place is in Kebayoran Baru, Kebayoran Baru, yes. I just would like to ask about 2 of the speakers. The first one for Bapak Gamawang, is it right?
Pak Jati, yeah.
Pak Jati Gumawang, yes, okay. I also using the AI for the learning. I think that more than 4 AI to study and to learn for the students. My ask is, if we as a teacher asking such a lesson plan, asking such a kinds of materials to the AI, and then it will be our atau my what is it? Oh, that is my make. So it is kind of what is it? Plagiarism that I would like to ask about. It is one of the plagiarism that I did. Okay, the second one, I just would like to ask to Bapak
Prof.
from
Chan.
Taiwan. Bapak.
Prof. Chan.
Prof. Chan, okay, Prof. Chan. You said that if you English teacher and teach in the Taiwan, you will get double salary, right? Yes, sir? Wow, it's great. Okay, and I would like to ask about how old that the teacher there get retired. Is it the same with the Indonesia? 60 years old, and I am getting the retired for about 60 years old. How many teachers there who have the age of under the 60, or they just use the younger teachers, or they can use the older teachers? I just asked like that. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Bu Uung.
Yeah, let me answer your question first because it's an easy question. Okay. In Taiwan, a professor is supposed to, a lecturer or professor is supposed to retire at the age of 65, like here. Okay, 65. But if you are a full professor and you have some important position, you can retire at the age of 70. Okay? Then also with two exceptions. If you are chair professor or you are visiting professor, you can retire at the age of 75. Okay? I just retired last February at the age of 72.5. Now I'm about 74. Okay? So this is the age, requirement. So before you reach the age of 65, you can easily get employed in Taiwan. Number one. Number two, I have one clarification. Yes, if you deliver your content in English, you get double salary, okay? But this incentive doesn't apply to English teachers. You know why? Because English teachers are supposed to deliver their subject area in English. So if you teach mathematics, management, biology in English, you get double salary. Did I answer your question? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Chan. Bu Uung, yeah. Now, Pak Jati.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions, Prof. Chen. Because this is very difficult questions, I'm going to answer it in Bahasa Indonesia, so that you will not understand. Okay, ownership, plagiarism with AI is an issue, new issue. I got three answers here. One, how you use the AI. If you use it for helping you, formulating your ideas, that's yours. But if you give one instruction and then you just copy and paste, that's also yours. But people will understand that. And now, ownership, you're asking for the ownership. Who owns this? Is it you or is it AI? People will say, yeah, that's you. But you are using AI. Is it called plagiarism? Probably. But we have to think also right now, AI learn from human. A lot of people write without AI, go to AI detector, and the AI detector will say, this is written by AI. Sekarang banyak sekali begitu ya. Jadi terus kita nyalain AI detectorsnya. In reality, later on, it's no longer the questions. Everyone will use AI anyway. So that's ownership. Tapi begini, saya akan menggunakan bahasa Indonesia karena nanti Prof. Chen yang menerjemahkan. Itu seperti masak, tukang masak. Tapi masaknya masak Indomie. Kalau kita masak Indomie, hasilnya sama kan? Kira-kira rasanya sama. Bisa nggak saya disebut, ini Indomie masakan saya? Bisa kan? Bisa nggak saya disebut, saya tukang masak? Ada yang bilang bisa, ada yang bilang tidak kan? Relatif kan? Ya, itu sama. Saya menulis artikel menggunakan ChatGPT. Ada hasilnya. Prof. Chen menulis artikel menggunakan ChatGPT. Hasilnya sama? Mirip-mirip. Pemilihan katanya mirip, polanya mirip, segala macam. Kayak masakan Indomie. Indomie nggak jauh-jauh lah. Indomie telur, Indomie apalah, tetap Indomie. My prediction in the future, that will be difficult, plagiarism akan bergeser. Tidak hanya plagiarism, semua. Ownership-nya akan sangat sulit, ini apa sih, dan seterusnya, dan seterusnya. Once that you have to remember is credibility. Kalau kita tukang masak Indomie saja, ya nggak akan dikenal sebagai tukang masak sih. If you want to be a real cook, then you have to improvise maybe you use a little bit of resep Indomie, but then you use a lot of ingredients, you use a lot of thought, you're thinking of the audience who is going to eat your Indomie, so that you adjust this to the taste and so on, that's become yours. Jadi saya tidak menjawab pertanyaan, tapi memberikan ilustrasi. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Jati. Okay. Do we have time for one more question? I think we have time for one more question, ya. 10, 20. Ya, Ibu.
My name is Saryati Purwanegara from Halim Sanusi University, Bandung. And actually, I ever met before with Mr. Gunawang Jati in Solo in Teflon Conference, 2014, a long time ago. Okay, last semester, I gave my student a project of making a kid's storybook, and I found them use an AI, of course, start from the story and the picture. I have two questions. How, as a teacher, we give a limitation to our students when using AI? And as a teacher, how do we give the rubric assessment if their work are AI works? That's my question. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu, for the questions. Again, I will not answer that directly because if you're asking me how, cara saya pasti keliru, gitu ya. I'm going to give you another illustration. So you are using a storybook and pictures, the student create that, then you're asking about limitation. If you are a teacher, you give limitation and punishment, you just act like a policeman. My advice will be, don't do it. We have to be a guidance of a learner to think, not to give punishment, not to give limitation, but we have to guide that. That's why I said earlier, now is the era of AI. It's a new thing. We are all have to learn about AI, try to understand the AI, and we have to guide the teacher how to use AI in our teaching. AI will not replace you, and you have a new job right now. You have to be a guidance how to use the book, for example. Now you have to be a guidance how to use AI. Because the student is very good in using AI, not for learning. Pedagogy, philosophy of learning, and so on, you are the master. You are all good teachers. AI-nya gitu-gitu aja. With a sophisticated technology, with a sophisticated AI, without good teacher, nothing. Kalau itu yang terjadi, kita kirim aja teknologi yang bagus-bagus itu ke daerah 3T, terus muridnya pintar semua. Enggak. We have to send teachers, not the technology and the AI. Kira-kira jawabannya begitu deh. Tapi kalau, ya, it's a new things, it's a new technology. Teknologi selalu merubah tatanan sih dari awal kan ya. Dari Professor Chance using a typewriter. When I finish my S1, I use typewriter. If I made mistake, I have to turn it away. Terus tip X, pakai tip X, terus pakai karbon gitu kan, dibuang lagi, mikir lagi. Kalau anak sekarang nggak telaten, suruh mikir lagi nggak mau, karena ya semuanya ada speed. But again, like I said earlier, education is not about speed. Education is not just finding the answer, but the process of thinking. So, limitation, maybe you have to think, I will not give limitation, but more on how should I use this to guide my student in thinking and in the learning process. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Jati. Any more question? Okay, it's azan almost zuhur ya. Okay, Bapak Ibu, participants, audience. This is the end of our first session. Thank you, and let's give a big round of applause to Prof. Chan and Pak Jati. Pak Jati and Prof. Chan, thank you for your generosity and then your inspiring talk. And for Bapak Ibu, for your thoughtful questions and collegial discussion. Thank you, and I hand it over to Bu Ratih.
Okay, thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed to the certificate and token of appreciation presentation. Distinguished keynote speakers and moderators for session 1, may I kindly invite you to step down from the stage and proceed to in front of the stage. And may I also invite Ms. Puyi Chand, Managing Director of Clarity English, to kindly come forward in front of the stage for the presentation and certificate of token appreciation. Oh, here, Ms. Puyi Chand, Mr. Mount Zeti and Coach Chan, would you like to step down? Certificate and token of appreciation to Dr. Anunsius Kumawang Jati, Master of Art. Certificates and token appreciation to our moderators, Siti Zulaiha, MA, PhD. On-site participants, lunch is provided and may be enjoyed independently. Please note that the meals can be collected outside in the main halls, and then for those who wish to perform prayers, the mosque, it is located on the 3rd floor in this building. And then for online participants, the seminar will resume at 1 p.m. Kindly reminded that the feedback form will be made available toward the end of the program, and it is required for certificate insurance. Distinguished keynote speaker moderators and our honored guests, may we kindly invite you to proceed to the VIP lounge for lunch. Thank you and enjoy your lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. For the one who want to take a photo with the keynote speakers, you may use your time right now. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the second sessions will begin shortly. We are pleased to inform you that the keynote speaker and the moderator are already in the rooms. May we kindly invite all the participants, both on-site and online, to please take your seat and prepare for the next sessions. Thank you for your kind attention. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the afternoon session. Our third keynote speaker is Professor Heri Mulyono, Master of Education, PhD. He is a professor in English Education, UHAMka, Indonesia. And then these sessions will be moderated by Sili Warni, PhD. To the moderators, the sessions is yours. I invite Professor Heri Mulyono to come to the stage.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa syukurillah la hawla wa la quwata illa billah. How are you doing, everyone? Good. Good. I hope everyone managed to have lunch, and I hope you enjoyed the lunch. Alhamdulillah, we are coming to the next session of this seminar. I notified that everyone has followed seriously the previous sessions, and we got a lot of insights from the previous speakers. And at this session, it's my pleasure to welcome you all in the third session with our distinguished speaker, Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD. Before I introduce him further, I just want to highlight some important points that I'm sure you have noted as well. Of all the speakers that who have delivered their their perspectives, I think have some key points in common. Yeah, that the existence of AI offers two sides. Yeah, one side is the benefits, and the other side is the the challenges, the anxieties that may be resulted in by the side effects of the AI. And at this session, Prof. Heri will elaborate there further, as I think all the English teaching or the English educators face the same challenges in making sure that teaching and learning process still position the human interaction as the core. Yeah, the human interaction with all the important aspect of critical thinking as the core elements of it. And Prof. Heri has been working a lot on integrating technologies in English education. So I think in this session we will get a lot of insights, both theoretically and empirically. Is that right, Prof? As Pak Heri, as English educators, also active in researching the integration of technology in English education. So without further ado, I'd like to, what is it? Introduce, I think everyone has known you. Yeah, Prof. Heri is serves as the professor in English education. He has a range of publications concerning integration of technology in English education. He has been also involved in the government educational board, developing, studies as the basis of the policies that the government makes. All right, Prof. Heri, time is yours.
Bismillah, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sorry to hear the sexy voice. I'm really sorry about this. Today, I'm going to bring you to the just a theoretical perspective from AI in English language education. My presentation would like, to present you about the concerns related to AI. Dr. Gumawang already explained and explored about many applications that I think you are familiar with and you already apply them in your classroom. However, I'm not sure this is the right session because it's quite noon. You already got your lunch. I know what happened after lunch. Yeah. And I deliver something that is theoretical thing that I really hope to God that you are not going to sleepy. Okay. Okay, while waiting. Today, because you already got the understanding about applications of AI, have so many, and we are going to talk about the concern that many of us face. The concern is not only about our students, but also related to you as a teachers. Okay, so when you are aware about the concern related to AI, how it applies in your classroom and how it applies to your teaching, learning, and strategy, then we start to think our role. We have to define role. Okay, you mentioned that it's really common that what is the function of teacher as a facilitator. You know this role apparently, but then what is meant by facilitator in using AI is quite different from the facilitator in the common teaching and learning strategies. That's why I'd like to bring this issue to our discussions, that you have to I called in my my abstract as redefining the role. We are trying to redevelop our concept as a teacher in AI. Because of what? Because
I hope the audience is patiently waiting. It happens when we work with technology.
Do you call it as the benefit or the disadvantage of technology? Do you think using technology is cheap or expensive? Expensive. If it is expensive, why do you choose to use technology then? Okay. Right. Before I start, about this, I just want to, to recall my PhD study. When I was at York, 2012, I did a research on technology in collaborative writing using technology. And my participants covered several teachers and students across Jakarta, and we investigated middle to high economic status school where using technology is common. The interesting finding is technology does not contribute anything to students' performance. Okay, so with or without technology use in the classroom, students would able to learn effectively. That's number one. It becomes a query because, every time we read journals, technology affects students, technology positively influence students' learning, reading comprehensions, but in my case, it did not, do the same. I then follow up this finding using interview and found shocking things. Technology did not help the students to learn, but technology helped teachers to teach. So technology, you say that, of course we will use technology because it helps you a lot than helping your students. That is my results in 2015 when I was aware that technology actually helped the teachers, not the students. Okay, why? Because the use of technology in the classroom mostly did by the teachers, not by the students. Okay, so that is the opening of using AI in English language education. The question is, either the use of technology help the teacher, because you can ask the students to use AI, or it really helped the students to learn. Okay, so this is the current state that if you read most of the journals, articles, publications, scientific publications, you always find that AI help personalization and immediate feedback. Like Dr. Gumawang already, present to you, you can use the listening application through ChatGPT, through Gemini AI, or whatever application that you can choose. And it can personalize your learning. You want any topic that you really want to learn, it is available. Of course, it helps you a lot in listening, in speaking, and frankly, in writing. Because whatever comes into your mind in first language, you just transfer it into the second language, without a minute. Okay? When I was in Japan a couple days ago, we talked through AI. We talk through Google Translate, the easiest thing. You can just set the Google Translate into Japanese and English. So you speak using your English, and the Google Translate then voice over the Japanese language. Okay, but the question is it really language learning, or is it not? What do you think? If everything available using ChatGPT, the question is, are you really learn foreign language, or are you not? No. In this context, does AI help you develop your language mastery? Huh? Okay, back to the case. I went to Japan and I want to talk to, the Japanese people. I started to use English, but, they could not. So we used Google Translate that my English is converted or translated into Japanese, and the Japanese did the same. Okay? If this happened to your students could not speak English, so the students translate their Indonesian to English, and the conversation partners did the same. The question is, are your students learn foreign language? If you answer no, yes or no? I repeat, because my sexy voice could not be understood very well, so I repeat. Okay? Your students know that AI is in their hand. Okay? So they learn English. They learn English using the AI. But the problem is, it happens in classroom learning. It happens in idle, informal digital learning of English. But in the real context, when they arrive to Japan and they want to communicate in English, and then they stuck using English, okay, and finally they found handphone on their pocket, and they took out the handphone, and they speak in Bahasa, and the Bahasa is translated into English, okay, and the Japanese, because the Japanese got confused with the Indonesians, so the Japanese did the same. The question is, are your students learning English? Are they learning English or are they not? Who are yes? Yes, yes. Can you give your reason?
Who raise your hand, please? Who raise first?
Well, for me, the student learn basic English by copycating the words from the AI.
So they are learning English. Yes, other yes? Other yeses?
I think this side, yeah.
Perhaps they learn English, but whether they want to use it in real context or not, yeah, it's no. But they did learn something.
The case is on the real context, because learning English happens, you can learn English when you can use English as communication. Now, in the real context, the students, they learn English in the classroom or at house, using ChatGPT, Gemini, or other, AI. But then when they went to Japan, they think, oh, I have Android, and then they took over the Android and speak, oh, apa kabar? And then the machine said, how are you? Okay, so the question is, are they really learn English?
Well, they learn, but they do not confident to use it because they still depend on the tools. I guess that's the problem.
Okay, nice. They learn, but
they do not confident enough to use what they have learned. Perhaps that's the case, and also when it is quite different when you talk to a machine and when you interact with person. I mean, real human, because there are perhaps some a psychological factor and also emotions that perhaps involves in the situation.
The other knows? Yes, sir? Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Thank you.
if the context is that what you're talking about, when they, in other words, in simple word, they count on too much on AI, so they don't learn English. They cannot implement what they learn.
Okay.
So that's my opinion.
Yes, other notes? Yes.
So I think the same way. To as learning language is how you communicate and how you finally produce to implement to apply those words. So if that person aren't able to do that, I think that it is not full learning, and yeah, the feeling is confident is also agree, but in order to communicate, you have to produce and apply those what you have just learned. So I don't think it's a learning English.
Can you share your feeling that you learned English? For me, I learned English from junior high school. You know, we learned English from junior high school, and then we learned the next 3 years in senior high school. So 6 years we've been learning English, but then after high school, nobody can talk English. Do you agree? Yes. This is what we call as over-dependence, over-reliance. When you over-reliance to, gampang nanti ada AI. You want to go somewhere and then you mention that, don't worry, we have Google Translate. Okay, we feel secured with the AI technology. Okay, this is later we call it as cognitive load, the reduce of cognitive loads. Can I ask you a question? Can you mention 3 telephone numbers of your best friend? Why? Saya baru pulang umroh, saya punya 5 real kalau nggak salah. Saya kasih 5 real gitu. Do you remember? I even cannot remember my mother's phone. Even my own family. I don't forget my family. I cannot remember my family's phone number. Why? We are over-reliant on technology. That's why we are apparently reduce our cognitive load. Ini yang kita sebut dengan brain rot. So, if your students relies on AI too much, they will skewed on AI, and they learn, but then they dependent on AI. If this happen, not only their cognitive load reduced, but their ability to think critically, and they are not able to solve the problem. If you watch TikTok, and there is a game on senior high school students were asked about multiplications, 6 times 7, 7 times 9, and they are not able to answer correctly. What happened? Because they are dependent on calculator on their Android. And because it happens frequently, and it becomes their habit, and they feel skewed. So if you expose your students with the easiness of AI, and they depends on AI, and they over dependent on AI, yang dosa bukan hanya siswa. Ya. Tadi Pak Gunawan tadi disuruh ngajarin pakai AI, maaf saya salah. Ya. So remember, because according to literature, it impair their cognitive ability. If you expose the use of AI, you have to check whether the process of information happen in their brain. Without giving them that chance, you are promoting impairment of ability, cognitive ability. Be careful. Yeah, be careful. If you learned vocabularies, do you still remember grammar translation method? Do you think now it's bad, right? Because they call upon the memory, yeah. But then I found the value of grammar translation method because they try to do simple cognitive ability memorizing. Memorizing now is become rare because all the memory now on the handphone. They cannot think critically, but then they can either memorize any vocabularies. Why? Because they don't use their brain to keep the memory anymore. The memory already on the Android. Okay? So remember this. This is the concern of AI. If we expose cognitive over-dependence, it will affect their cognitive ability. If their cognitive ability impaired, so they are not able to think critically, they are not able to think creatively, and they cannot reasoning. They cannot make any reasons. Okay? So remember this. Dr. Gunawang already talked about accuracy concern. Do you know why ChatGPT often fake up the information? Because they crawl the information around Google. That's why if you want to teach your students with AI, you have to make sure that you provide the database on AI first. You cannot ask your student to ask ChatGPT unless you already exposed the ChatGPT. Remember, ChatGPT is LLM, Language Learning Model. The machine will learn language based on the model we provide. If you never provide any database on AI, your students will potentially be harmed with the fake information. If your student is affected by fake information, this is one of your contribution as well, because you don't provide the database. And second, this is really interesting. The student do not do cognitive engagement. Cognitive engagement is when they are, interacting with AI, their brain is, not asking, but tempting to argue. If they tend to argue the process of AI, they are engaged in cognitive processing. If you expose your students with easiness, and at the time your students do not engage in cognitive ability, so you are also contributing to their low ability, cognitive abilities. So be careful, okay, teacher? Yes. Okay. Remember, do not expose AI unless you include the accuracy of the information. And second, you allow the students or you enable the students to engage in cognitive interactions. This is really interesting, number 4. Reduce students' agency. When I ask my students to interact with AI, I'm questioning who is learning actually. My students learn from AI or the AI learn from you. I think deeply because students are asking and they're asking for information, AI give information. And when students say, no, you are wrong, and the AI revise the information try to learn new information, but your student does not learn the new information. So the question is, who is learner's agency? Is AI learning or your students is learning? Again, AI or generative AI is LLM, language learning model. The machine is learning. Do you know why I always suggest premium, account? If you have premium account, you and the AI will learn at the same pace. But if you learn AI in the free account, do you know free account? Free account means the AI use many variables from other users. The question is, if the AI took the information from, quote, stupid persons, so this information will be brought to you and you learn from the stupid person. So that's why I suggest you, as a teacher, have that premium one. I'm not the agent, okay? But I suggest. Because without having premium account, AI will learn without no limit. If you have a premium account, AI and you learn from your own history, on your conversation. Do you have your own? Do you have your personal conversation? Be careful if it's not premium account, because AI can learn from your information and give it and pass it to other people. AI will not uncover your identity, but AI will uncover your brain. Okay? So be careful on that. This is really interesting. If you use AI, do you learn Japanese English? When you use AI, do you learn Medanese English? Do you learn Singaporean English? No. AI is dominated from white people. AI is dominated from Western English. In other words, you support the primacy of native speakers. In our world today, we are not living in British English. British English is on my unit a long time ago. But today, we are not learning British English. We are not learning American English. We are learning Englishes. We are learning word Englishes. If you speak with your Japanese accent to AI, what will AI respond to you? Do you mean yes? Are you you should answer like this? Why? Because AI is trained using British and American English. AI do not learn from Indonesian English. But when you speak to your English, your teachers, are you using British English? I'm not sure. Are you using American English to speak with your students? I'm not sure, because your accent is really Indonesian. Yes? So, the concern of using AI is imbalanced domination between native speakers. Okay? And this happened to you as a teachers. If you realize on AI, you go to Canva, you ask AI to produce PPT. You go to PPT AI and produce PowerPoint, very beautiful PowerPoint. We call it as teacher descaling. You are reducing ability as a teacher. You go to ChatGPT and you ask them to make your lesson plan. You ask your ChatGPT to create your own questions. And ask ChatGPT to answer your questions. So both of you are using the same ChatGPT. Actually, you don't do the role as a teacher. Your students do not do their role as students, but the AI do their role as teachers and students. So AI will be more cleverer and more advanced in the future, but you and your student don't. So be careful on this. Teacher skilling refers to process. This is a process, professional autonomy, expertise, cognitive engagement. Can you imagine every time you create a question to your students, it involves your criticality actually. But you ask ChatGPT to produce the questions. It means you are ignoring your own cognitive ability. You are ignoring your cognitive competence, and one day you are ignoring your own brain. Okay? Be careful because we call it teacher de-skilling. You put on AI. I subscribe, uh, I forget the name and also the YouTuber's name. They always, every day they provide, do you want to create the easy PPT? This is the, the AI. Do you want to create, the pictures? You give the AI. Every time create, you offer the AI. If you difficult to make a prompt, this is AI to make the prompt. Even making the prompt, you are not able to think anymore. So if this happen, you are doing this killing to yourself. Okay, be careful. Okay, and the question is, if you ask AI to do your assignments, who is the teacher actually? You as a teacher or AI is a teacher. Okay? And be careful on this. So I just, I'm thinking about what is pedagogy then? Because to teach, you ask the students to get involved in AI and they get many resources from AI. They do not get any resources from you anymore. So what is pedagogy then? Pedagogy belongs to you or pedagogy belongs to AI? Or we train AI to be a teacher of your students? This is really, interesting questions. Okay? So, a long time ago, teacher is a central facilitator or catalyst for language acquisition. But then, the catalyst is not teacher anymore. The catalyst is AI. You ask AI, you ask the students to learn about grammar from AI. You ask AI as facilitator of your students' learning. So what roles do you play now? If every facilitator, if every catalyst, you are, you employ this, you deploy this to AI application. So you have to think, what is the exact pedagogy then? Okay? Okay? So, because, because now you are not the source of knowledge anymore, I'm sorry to say that, yeah, like Pak Menteri already mentions, who is the cleverer on vocabulary, you or AI? The answer is AI. Who is the clever on grammar? The answer is grammar then. Okay? So I want to go back to my first case. My research on the use of technology for collaborative learning. But the result is students does not perform. Why? because the teacher use technology for their own sake of teaching. It means technology belongs to them. Do you know why we are not able to speak English after our high school? One thing is missing. One thing is missing when I try to contemplate my experience in the UK. In the UK, they do not focus merely on the content. They focus on learning strategy. Here, we focus more on the content as less strategy. Do you remember that when you teach your students about narrative paragraph, you employ the students, good pictures, good stories about the narrations, and then after that, what do you do to your students? What do you do to your students? You ask the students to write a paragraph of narrative. It means you give the material and then you jump onto the final model. What is that? A paragraph. Between your materials and between paragraph, there are so many strategies are missing. Strategies to include the vocabularies, strategies to include, grammar. The most important thing is strategy to include writing strategy. Do you know SQ3R? Do you still remember SQ3R? SQ3R. What's that? What is SQ3R or SQ4R? What is that? It is reading comprehension strategy. Do you teach SQ3R to your students? No, what you teach to your students is a sample of a narrative paragraph, reading of narrative text. We missed the delivery of teaching strategy, either reading strategy, either listening strategy. I was amazed in some class that I noticed that every time I go to reading class, you go to the reading aloud, and then what next? You ask question. Between reading and between question, there is reading strategy. We don't teach our strategy to our students. You teach students to use AI, but you don't teach students strategy on using AI. That's why our students is good in using AI, but our students still low literacy on AI. Because do you teach your student about prompting? Prompting is one of the AI literacy. When you ask the students to create paragraph, why don't you start? For example, you are going to teach about a descriptive paragraph. Rather than ask the students to create or to find or to develop descriptive paragraph and on AI, ask them to develop visuals using prompt. The prompt conveys of descriptive elements. This is what writing strategy. Most teachers ask the students to develop to develop descriptive paragraph on AI, but they do not ask the students to develop pictures based on the prompts. the descriptive prompts they have. Okay, this is really interesting. So this is what we call as post-humanist perspective. Post-humanist perspective is, it is not only about you as a teacher, but you engage AI as one of your students as well. So there is not only two anymore, there are three. You, your students, and AI. Your learning is not between you and your students. No, your learning or your teaching among you, your students, and AI. And you have to be present on checking the AI as your student as well. You have to teach AI becomes the peer of your students. This is what we call as post-humanist perspective. Not humanist perspective, but post-humanist perspective, where learning, teaching and learning include you, you, students, and AI. The last 2 minutes, I'm going to share this information to you, okay? This is not interaction anymore, okay? Now, in the era of AI, there is no interaction, but interaction. Not interaction anymore, but interaction. Why? Because you, your students, and AI will collaborate among others. Okay? This is not talking about students with AI, but it should be you at the presence. Okay? Okay? Because it's the last 2 minutes and my voice is, going to lose. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, please give a big round of applause for the speech. Thank you very much, Prof. Harry. I think you delivered a very strong message for all English educators. And I'm notified that everyone was so quiet. It seems like you had a very deep reflection of how we have been practicing and using AI in teaching English. Thank you again, Prof. Heru. Please hold the questions after we have the next sessions. The next session will be related to what Prof. Heru has mentioned. If Prof. Heru highlighted the, the roles of the teachers, redefining roles of teachers in the existence of AI, then the next speaker would be Andrew Stokes, MA. Because of family matters, as has been mentioned by Ms. Chan before, Mr. Stokes cannot attend in person, but he has provided the videos to be played, to be presented here, and Dr. Chan, as the Managing Director of Clarity English, would take care of this, please.
Hello, and thank you so much for attending today. I'm Andrew Stokes, a founder of Clarity, and I'm supposed to be with you, but for family reasons, I had to fly back to the UK suddenly. So instead, we're going to do this session in 3 modes. I'm going to talk to you on video, like this. Puyi, Clarity's managing director, is going to talk to you live, and at the end, I'll be on the video link to answer questions along with Puyi. Okay, our topic today is one which is everywhere, which has probably touched your personal life, and which has certainly had and will continue to have an impact on your professional life as a teacher. The topic is, of course, artificial intelligence, AI. Puyi and I are here to give our input as a teacher in my case and as a publisher in Puyi's case. I hope we can provide some useful insights. And as we talk, If any questions occur to you, please note them down, and we'll look forward to trying to answer them at the end. In the meantime, let me hand over to Puyi to get started.
Thank you, Andrew. Hello, everyone. I'm Puyi. Nice to meet you again. I'm going to start by asking you questions with 3 possible answers. So it's all about AI. I want you to think about AI and your work. Close your eyes if you want to, and now listen to these 3 descriptions of your feelings. First one, I feel confident and excited about using AI with my students. Okay. Number 2, AI seems interesting, but I'm not sure how to approach it. Okay. Number 3, it's overwhelming. I just don't know how AI is going to affect my job. Okay. Close your eyes if you want to. Okay. Which one is, let's see them in written slide, please. Okay, 3 answers here. Which one is closer to your feeling? If it is number 1, raise up your hands. Number 1. Okay. How about number 2? Okay. Number 3. Okay, I can see 1 or 2 hands for number 3. Okay, it is the finding is really interesting, and we are going to come back to it later. Okay, one reason I find it so interesting is that it closely echoed to what was happening when it was like in 1990s when computer was first introduced in English teaching. For our mini history lesson, let's hand over to Andrew, who was there at the time.
It was in the early 1990s that we saw the very first computers in the language classroom, and this is what they looked like. There is your top-of-the-range Apple computer on the left with its floppy disk drives, and your PC on the right. Well, they look almost identical, don't they? Of course, even when I was in secondary school at the end of the 1970s, we'd had a computer in the maths classroom. But the 1990s was the first time that we were beginning to see them used for language teaching. In the early 90s, a language school would typically have 1 or maybe 2 computers in the library. At that time, I was teaching at the British Council in Penang in Malaysia, and we were lucky enough to have 3 in the library, and they were always busy. Even though there weren't many computers in those days, and the programs on them were primitive at best, gap-fill exercises, multiple choice, simple games, it was still clear that computers were the coming thing, and not just in education. It was clear that they were going to be used for everything from desktop publishing to storing recipes, to playing movies and songs, to office work. But of course, they were also going to be important in English language teaching. The only problem was nobody was quite sure how. And just as it was with computers in the mid-90s, so it is today with AI. Nobody quite knows how. So, back in 1992, we tried to find out how computers were going to work in English teaching. I was an English teacher, and I had a friend who was a programmer. We decided to team up to publish software for ELT. But the key to this concept would be to answer that question. How were computers going to be important in English teaching? Now, we were determined that our programs would not be technology driven. They would be driven by the teaching. It was the pedagogy that would be enabled by the capabilities of the technology. In other words, our view was that any effective use of computers in our field has to be a balance of teaching and technology. You have to know why you're doing it from the teaching and learning perspective. And you also have to know what the technology is capable of and to marry up those two variables. So, how do you know that? Well, the very first thing we did was a simple exercise to look at where the computer adds value to the teaching and learning. And just as importantly, where it doesn't add value. So we made a grid like this. Now, if you look at that, I'm sure you can have a pretty good idea about how to fill in those two columns. So let's have a quick look. So we'll start by looking at these things, which are very much the preserve of the teacher and which the computer can't do and can't replace the teacher in doing. For examples, leading real communication and interaction. That's the preserve of a human, not a machine. Motivating, encouraging, managing the class. Anything with any kind of emotional or psychological aspect to it is the preserve of the teacher. Diagnosing misunderstandings and adjusting those misunderstandings on the spot. In other words, reacting to students in a classroom situation. And the final example we have here is designing and adapting tasks to learners and to the context that those specific learners are in. So this is all things that the teacher does where the computer can't replace the teacher. So where does the computer add value? Well, these are all things that the computer actually does better than the teacher. Firstly, giving controlled grammar and vocabulary practice. And the computer can do that at any time of the day or night, at school or at home. Secondly, providing instant, consistent, right-wrong feedback, saving time and marking. So what we're talking about here is objective questions. Is this grammar correct or is it wrong? Rather than grading in a subjective way, like marking essays. Thirdly, storing and delivering texts, audio, and simple videos that the student can replay. A window on the world. When I say a window on the world, I mean that with the internet, for the first time, students could access a huge variety of authentic texts. And of course, the computer's very good at doing some of the boring admin tasks, such as recording scores and progress automatically. Now, it seems to me that 35 years on, we're in a very similar situation. We have this exciting brand new technology, artificial intelligence. Then it was desktop computers, now it's AI. Then teachers were concerned or even overwhelmed by the impact that computers were going to have on their professional lives. Now, teachers are concerned or even overwhelmed by AI. So I think this exact same exercise is very valuable to do again. Over to you, Puyi.
Thank you, Andrew. So it's exercise time. I'd like you to partner up with the person sitting next to you and draw a grid like this. Slide, please. Okay, on the first column, write down role of the teacher, and the other side, write down role of AI. So for role of a teacher, definitely you have to think about the area where you think teacher do much better job than AI, and vice versa for the other side. It's like AI do have a significant advantage over teachers. Okay, so let's just start off by taking one example. Slides, please. Okay, course and classroom management. Dr. Jatit earlier suggests that we can all use AI for lesson planning, and of course, not over-reliant on this. Yeah, but definitely AI can do that. But when you are in the classroom like now, I'm standing on the stage, I look at your face. Can AI read your face? Definitely not, right? They can't read your face. They can't feel the emotion. They can't feel the energy flow. I hope you are not very sleepy right now, okay? And so this is something AI can't replace, right? And on the other hand, on the other side, we said grading and grading, speaking, and writing ability. Okay, at Clarity, we have done a lot of research and experiment on AI. We develop our AI model for speaking and writing, grading and marking. And we prove it. We kind of like testify that AI can really do a good job. If you train the AI properly, you train it, you properly teach them the rubric you need, then you calibrate it with like the real examiner to double check the answer, is it right or wrong? Make sure the answer is accurate. So we know that AI can do this job quite well, actually. By doing tools like this, what you can do is really save your time in tedious work of marking, right? And providing feedback. But when your student getting all this, when they do exercise, when they step into the room, they have the baseline with them. And you can use your classroom time, quality time for something else. So more constructive discussion. Okay, this is just 2 examples. Now, I want you to partner, you and your partner, to think about at least 3 areas in each side, okay? So I think we got a minute or something, okay? Less than 2 minutes, okay? Let's start. Think about what do you think your overall workload daily, and think about what you need with you, what you can do a better job than AI. Okay. Okay, who want to start first? Who has some thought about like teacher is doing better job than AI? Okay. Mike for this. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. My name is Retno from Universitas Trisakti. I guess that teacher can have a better role than AI in motivating the students to learn, and also a teacher can understand the psychology of students that may affect the learning process. And perhaps what AI can give better than teacher is they can easily simplify learning, and also I guess it is more interesting, especially for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. I guess that's it.
Thank you. So motivate the students, understand their emotion, right? And also teach them at the right level, right? We all know AI sometimes gives you something you don't want to have, right? It's very difficult. Okay. Anyone else? Yeah. The gentleman at the behind. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Suprapto. I'm from SMA 90 Jakarta. Thank you. I teach in SMA 90. I have different level of student, maybe low, middle, and the upper. When I teach in English using the AI, it's very helpful to increase the student understanding about how to create the concept. They don't start from the zero. They can adapt some ideas from the AI. But as the teacher, as the role of the teacher, we cannot make the student free to test by AI, but we have to control the understanding and the competence of the student itself. So we can make the test for the student in different way of speaking, different way of methods, maybe from writing, from speaking, and from listening. Depends on the degree of the student understanding about English. So I think AI is very wonderful, but it is not whole determination of the student successful. It depends on the teacher's role as the mediator to get a good assessment, to keep the achievement of the process itself. So the most important thing is about the process, not the results. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's very clear. Thank you. So teacher control the classroom. They understand whether the student know what you're saying or not. And then you can adjust along the way, right? Yeah, to make sure the student learn, right? Thank you. Thank you. Very good point. Anyone want to contribute more? Yes, please.
My name is Ima from Telkom University. I think one of the roles that the teacher can play is engaging students with the lesson, for example, through questioning. That is something that I don't think AI is able to do that. Sometimes the questions that AI asks is like, is there anything else that you want to ask more or something like that? And then the role of AI, I think I remembered Dr. Jati just showed us earlier, to become speaking partner, for example, practicing speaking and also providing instant feedback on how to improve speaking skills. Thank you.
Thank you. That's another very good point as well. Thank you. So I think you have addressed some points I have written down, so let me show it to everyone. Next slide. Okay, thank you all for your contribution. So I quickly share some more areas here. So as you can see on the role for the teacher, many of you have comment about this. So it's about the human interaction and the motivation side. Empathy, motivation. This is something you as a teachers can offer to your student, but not AI, right? And also about creating the communication opportunity, like what Dr. Jati did earlier. He talked to AI instantly in front of you, right? You got a speaking practice. But as I think he also talked to me and mentioned that AI always agree with you. But how about other messy side of communication like debate or disagreement? This is something that the teacher can do it in the classroom with the student, but not AI, okay? And also, I think this is the most important point, is the technology mentorship. Okay, I think it's also related earlier to the to what the lecturer suggested. We don't want to over-reliance on AI, right? We don't want AI to take over everything. We, as a teacher, will master the tool, master AI. You are the guide. You help the learner to understand and then think about the answer provided from AI critically and ethically. So you prevent they from entering into the AI hallucination. Okay, so this is a very important point. How about the other side? Actually, AI really got a lot of benefit, as you can see here. They can explain specific vocabulary and grammar to your students. And when you don't have time and they got lots of different students got different questions, they can really ask AI to immediately answer the questions. And simplify tests to the student, generating tests, all this, we know that AI can do a good job. Actually, this is quite clumsy and repetitive work, but AI can do it quite nicely. And most important, it's really sometimes really help the teacher to save your time. So AI save your time so you can have more quality time with your students inside the classroom. Okay, so looking at this table, generally speaking, teacher side, you have the overall responsibility. And it's actually echo with what earlier discussed. We are not like, AI won't take away your overall responsibility, your job. You still have a lot of role inside the classroom. And teachers are more managed on a macro level. And for AI, they will help us to work on more specific tasks and save our time. So it's more on a micro level. So whenever you have doubt, you feel overwhelmed, just go back to think about this grid and think about the underlying principle. Who should do the job? Who should take the role? Okay, then you won't feel overwhelmed. You will feel confidence with your work, okay? And so everything I just said is more on theory. Okay, how about putting it into practice? Okay, so what we want to do right now is to share with you some AI-enabled activities that Clarity created over the last few years. And it's all riding on this underlying principle. Okay, so we are, because of time, we're going to share 3 activities today. And I would like to invite Andrew to have the first activity. Thank you.
Okay, let's talk about speaking tests. Jump back to my days as a young teacher, just 25 years old, at the British Council in Penang. At the start of every term, there was an intake of new students, and each one of those new students had to do a speaking test, which lasted maybe 10 or 15 minutes. It's easy to see why this tedious job was given to the most junior teacher, me, because nobody else wanted to do it. And it's also very easy to see the problems that this system caused. Firstly, it was very time consuming. So with a 10 to 15 minute test, you could only get through 4 or maybe 5 students in an hour. That meant that it was, this is the second point, that meant it was quite expensive for the school. So the test itself was free, the students didn't pay, but of course the school had to pay the teacher time and the admin time. Thirdly, there were no proper test criteria. So what was the examiner actually measuring? There were no standardized questions. It was basically a chat and just one teacher's impression of the student's level. Fourthly, there was no benchmarking, no reference points. Was the student's performance measured against the CFR, for example, or the IELTS scale? Actually, it was just a subjective notion of the level of each class taught at the school and how the student measured up against those levels. In other words, I, or whoever else was doing it, would just think to themselves, I'm pretty sure that this person is lower intermediate. Shall I put them in lower intermediate class 1, 2, or 3? It's not very scientific, is it? And finally, the bias factor. This is point 5. So what happens if a student comes in and you like them and want them to have them in your class, or you don't like them and actually don't want to have them in your class? We can't rule out the possibility of subconsciously or even consciously adjusting the grade up or down a bit. So, not a very satisfactory system. Let's turn instead to an alternative approach. Suppose this test could be conducted by AI. First of all, we have to ask ourselves, can the AI do it? Well, we know that some important testing bodies use AI for exactly this purpose. For example, Cambridge Assessment uses it in LinguaSkill. Pearson Test of English, PTE, uses AI. Duolingo, of course. So this is all positive and suggests that the market, if you like, which really means teachers, accepts that it can work. But of course, we can also calibrate AI marking against human markers. And a lot has been written about this, but suffice it to say that for the kind of placement test that we're talking about here, we can accept that AI can perform as well as human markers with the same kind of variability as human markers. And the research proves it. So, if we accept that AI can do the job, would AI solve the problems, the 5 problems that I identified earlier? Well, let's have a look at these specific issues. So, the first issue is time consuming. With the AI, with an AI test, you can put 50 or 100 students into a room, or even have them do it at home, and they can all do the computer-based test at the same time. At the end of the test, you have each student's score safely recorded. So before, under the old system, 50 students would have taken about 12 hours. Now it takes about half an hour or maybe 45 minutes. So that problem is solved. Problem 2, the expense. Okay, this one is less sure. I mean, previously you had to pay the costs of the teacher and the costs of the admin. You're still going to have to pay for a test. So we'd need to find a test which falls within the budget allocated for this particular process. So let's say that one is unknown. Thirdly, no proper test criteria. Now this is where the AI test really scores. A well-designed test has standardized items. So unlike in the old system, where the teacher would be chatting and therefore would come up with different questions for each student, with the AI test, each student goes through the same questions or parallel questions. And of course, this makes it much fairer than the human test that we want to replace. And each element of a student's performance is measured against criteria generated from millions of data points. In other words, all the other students, all the other test takers who've been through that AI test before. So that means that we can measure accuracy, fluency, grammar, vocab, coherence and cohesion with an exactness and a detail that no human brain can get close to. So unlike my efforts in Penang, we have an objective, reliable, valid test. So we can say that this problem is solved. Number 4 was no benchmarking. So to give you an example, an AI test I've been involved with, the dynamic speaking test, is benchmarked against the CEFR and other tests. So let's say that your classes at school are also CEFR referenced, which of course is very common. Then based on the test scores, it's easy to sort students into their correct classes based on their CEFR level. And to be more granular, exactly where within that CEFR level they are, because CEFR levels are, of course, quite broad. So that problem is solved. And finally, the human factor. So naturally with AI, bias doesn't apply at all. The AI doesn't care what the student looks like, doesn't care how pleasant or unpleasant they are, what color, race, or religion they are, and so on. It's completely impartial. It doesn't even register. So there's no conscious or unconscious bias to affect the results. So that problem also is solved. Now, let's have a look at a sample certificate from the dynamic speaking test, which, as I say, I've been involved with, and the detail it provides to both students and teachers. And of course, this also means that the student has a nice certificate to take away with them. So I don't know whether how clearly you can see this, but at the top, you've got the student's name, the test date, and the CFR level, you can see quite big there, is a B1. And above the CFR level, you can see there's a long bar. So it shows where on the CFR scale that student is. And as I mentioned before, you can do it in a more granular way than simply the bare level, the B1, B2, C1, and so on. And there's a score there which is 51, which is the relative numeric, which shows us that that student is pretty much right in the middle of B1. Then in the box below the CFR level, there is a relative strength kind of spidergram. So it shows you for each aspect of speaking, the strengths or relative weaknesses of that student. So we can see that this student, for example, is very fluent. The fluency part of the graph is right out at the edge, but is less good at grammar and vocabulary, and pronunciation and task achievement are in the middle there. Okay, so taking a step back again, given the task, which is to place students according to their speaking ability, I'm confident that we can make a judgment that AI does a better job, in fact, a much better job than a human. It meets 4 out of those 5 criteria, with the other one just being an unknown. Take the situation of a different kind of test, perhaps a higher stakes test, and we may have a different view. But in this case, we can be sure that the AI is an effective and appropriate tool for teachers to choose to use. I'll repeat the word tool. It's an appropriate tool for teachers to choose to use. And of course, this is the main point. The AI is simply a tool which a teacher can choose to use or deploy for any given task or not. And this is very similar to the computer situation that I described 35 years ago. Teachers didn't really have to worry as much as they did then, because the computer turned out to be just a tool that teachers can choose to deploy or not. Now, let's see if we can identify a couple more practical ways in which we might choose to use AI as a tool right now. And when I say right now, I actually mean in your next lesson. Puyi?
Thank you, Andrew. So before I move on to the second activity, I just want to ad-lib to what Andrew has said. I understand most of or some of the school here in Indonesia, you don't have placement testing. You don't have placement before the student journey. So, but I want to just share with you with a lot of research out there and a lot of experience we have with institutions we work with around the world. Placement test. So take your student, get a quick and simple, a sophisticated, reliable test, do it, and then know where they are, and then place them in the right class is a very good way to effectively teach your student English. I believe as a teacher, you face a situation where inside class you got students of variety of different English level, you will find it quite difficult to teach, right? So this is the reason why we think placement is important. And actually in Asia University, Dr. Chen can tell you more about that. Asia University also use our dynamic placement test. But okay, let's go back to our activity. We have looked at, we said we will look at 3 activities. So Andrews have walked you through the speaking activities, how we use AI for speaking. And actually, what we can go on to talk about writing, but I think writing is quite similar to what speaking can do. So I would like to do something different. I want to look at reading. So what AI can do with reading. Okay, can you go to next slide, please? Okay, so if you want to improve your student reading ability, let's say you work on a program like this one, active reading. So this is one of the unit inside this program, and this is of pre-intermediate level. Title Struck by Lightning. It's about weather. So the focus of this unit is understanding suffixes, test type. They have newspaper article overview. You see they got videos, different exercise. So the student can read through the test, go through all the exercise to learn suffix, prefix, okay? And okay, so let's say after you have done this with them in class, okay? So what next? If you want to give the student more tasks, give them some parallel tasks, what you can do. Of course, as a teacher, you can write it yourself because you know your student level, right? But probably you will be quite busy to do this. Okay, what next you can do? You can search Google, right? Okay, you search Google, you will find that, okay, maybe it's quite difficult for your student and you have to rewrite it, right? So in this case, if the right tool is here, that is our new friends, AI, why you don't want to use it? So basically what you can do is give them a poem, something like this. Next slide, please. Okay, please write 5 texts for learner of English as follow. You give them the topic, okay, the weather, especially extreme weather, language level, word count, vocabulary. So you just put this poem into your AI, and the AI can give you 5 texts within a few seconds. So, okay, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, okay? And probably, but just one warning here, this is not the best way to write a poem. As Dr. Jatit earlier has told you how to write a proper poem, but it is just used for presentation purpose. So we put in this tabulate in this way. Okay, but when you generate text from AI, you sometimes still find it not appropriate for a student. Sometimes they may still giving you one level, one length. So you have to redo it, you have to digest it and redo it, okay? But it's still useful for you. It's still not underlying the purpose for doing exercise for your students, okay? And another way is probably you can also teach your student how to do it by themselves, right? And of course, they may encounter the same thing, but based on our experience, generally, AI can still give you like 90% right level, right length. Probably vocabulary is 90% correct, but the passage may be not as interesting as you write, but still, if this is not for entertainment purpose, it is for learning purpose, it is still useful for you, okay? And or more suggestions, if you got an interesting article about extreme weather, but it's just too difficult for your student, what you can do, just ask AI to lower the level based on the passage, right? Okay, so there are, I believe you will agree that I see a lot of head knocking right now. So you will agree it certainly helped you to save your time, okay? That's what we can do right now, which is something you can't do before AI time. Okay, so let's move on to another activity, the last one we prepare for you. Video, please.
For the third and final example, I've chosen grammar and vocabulary. This example is for more motivated and perhaps more sophisticated language learners, including everyone in this room, I imagine. This is something I use AI for a lot in my personal language learning, and I find it extremely useful. Now, let's jump back again to my time in Penang. And this is an authentic sentence that I still remember reading in my bank book when I was when I first opened my bank account there all those years ago. So let me read out the sentence in Bahasa Malaysia. Simpan buku bank Anda dalam laci yang berkunci atau terkunci. Okay, berkunci, I get it. It's a passive, it's a locked drawer. But why terkunci? It didn't seem to make any sense to me. I mean, terkunci is to do something accidental. So how can you choose to keep a book in an accidentally locked drawer? I couldn't understand it. And for some weird reason, I couldn't forget it either. So all these years later, I decided to ask the AI. Now, the answer I got was fascinating and thought-provoking, to me at any rate. And that's what's important, because I'm the language learner. It said, and I paraphrase, so as long as the drawer's locked, why does anyone care how it got locked? This is a cultural thing. Westerners like you are so obsessed with rules, with having everything black and white. East Asians are much more comfortable with shades of grey. Now, I'll stress again that the AI is not always correct. You may agree or disagree. But in a case like this, I'll go out on a limb and suggest that it doesn't much matter whether it's correct or incorrect. It's interesting, stimulating, and motivating to language learners. So let's look at an example in English. I mean, maybe, for example, you're confused about the difference between the words cause and reason. You could ask the AI in your own language, apakah perbezaan di antara reason dan cause? Give it a go. It's really interesting. And of course, this is another function that you can teach to your students to help them become more independent and self-reliant in their language learning.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. A year or 2 years ago, I went to a BAT conference. BAT conference is an educational technology conference. So I joined a talk, something like the scale like this, and the gentleman there, I remember he is from Google or Microsoft. He shared that like over all these years, there are a lot of so-called revolutionary technology. Okay, from very early year, computers, internet, LMS, learning management system, so on and so on. So, but he think at the end of the day, there is nothing. This doesn't really find it revolutionary, but he said AI is different. AI is the game changer. But after all the talk and discussion today, do you think he is right? Do you think AI is really a game changer? Okay, so this is something we have to ask ourselves. But I just want to say, we all learn language. People learn language over thousands of years. So after so many years, there's no really any revolutionary approach. The progress is the same. Okay, I think we have early discussion to talk about when for learning you have to really go into the cognitive part of your brain. Okay, so but having all these kind of tools or technology, we always have a small gain from this. It makes us like facilitates our language teaching, language learning. It make our classroom more effective and efficient. So actually it's really beneficial to everyone here. I think it is that how we should see AI right now. So you don't have to feel overwhelming with this. Okay, so the conclusion is you, the teacher, still in charge. Okay, okay. Homework time. So we got 3 activities suggest today. Try it out maybe at least once in your classroom. If you want to try out the speaking test, you can contact Evita over there. She can help you to set up the speaking test. Then you can try it out yourself or with your class. Okay, so that's all for our discussion today. And if you want to give us any feedback for the exercise slide, please, you can contact us. Our emails is here. My email and Andrew's email is here, and that is our website. Okay, so now let's see if we can get Andrew back in for Q&A section. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Miss Chan. Yes, you may give a big round of applause for Miss Chan. Thank you. Very good points of separating the roles of teachers and technology, and we could see obviously how we should position ourselves, you should position yourself as teachers. And highly related to what Professor Harry has mentioned, I think I noted 3 very important concepts of students and teacher agency, and then student as well as teachers autonomy, I guess. And then the last term that I think teachers are familiar, or you might be concerned with, that is the self-directed learning. And Ms. Chan emphasized how technology could be wisely utilized without losing the essential roles of teachers. And I think it's quite provoking topic for us to discuss, as we have these 2, sources to validate maybe your practices that you have been doing so far, or to ask questions. Please, I invite questions from the audience. Yeah, the first one, please. Could someone help circulate the microphone? Yes, please introduce yourself first. And
Yeah, thank you. This is the second time I asked the question for this event. Okay, I am Uung Ulfa. I'm from 66 Senior High. Thank you very much for the speakers that I am aware now. When Pak Heri said that, wow, our brain doesn't what is it, work anymore because of the AI. Yeah. I wonder that when I get tired and I don't have any ideas how to teach to the students, I always ask to the AI which one is the best lesson plan. I mean that pembelajaran in the learning. How I must give to the students in these materials. How is the step I must do that the students will enjoy in the learning. So I don't, what is it, use my my brain anymore, yeah, because I stuck to the AI solutions, how I must do about that. Wow, Yeah, so I aware about that. Thank you, Pak Heri. And the second one to Mr. I'm sorry, Mr. Andrew and Ibu Chan. Yes. I start to create my learning for the students, especially for speaking. Maybe that many students who can speak English well, but there is also my students very low in speaking English. So I create the learning. They must do discussions. I mean that such as a debate to do the debate in the front of the class. Someone who can speak English well, they are very easy to speak up when I give the topic to them. Yeah, so the speaking run well, yeah, in the learning. But when the student who can speak English, there are stay stuck in speaking, and the learning doesn't run well. Mean that. So I suggest to them to consult the AI. So I allow them to bring their handphone in the front of the class to consult the AI how to speak English according to the topic given. So I mean that they run well. They can understand. They speak even nggak lancar, not fluent. So how okay, is it good for students that I allow them to open their HP during the speaking learning? Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for very good questions, Bu Ulfa from 66 Senior High School. Yeah, the first one is about confession. You wanted to acknowledge that you utilize AI in particular situation when you feel you get stuck of the ideas and things like that. And then I think it's related. The second question is related to the first one. Then the second question will ask about the boundary. If there is a diversity of students level of English competence, and then the lower level students is suggested to consult to AI. I think it's related to what Pak Heri mentioned about whether it is tending to to make students relying on that or not, something. I think Pak Heri and Ms. Chan could respond to that question first.
Hi, Andrew. Hi. Hi.
Morning. Or
Morning.
midday. Selamat tengah hari, I should say.
Yeah. I will address these questions, and then you can ad-lib if you want. Okay, agree.
Yeah.
Okay. So the questions is in your speaking class, so you teach your students speaking, but they're of different level, and you allow the lower level students to use AI to assist them, and it's turned out to be okay, you think. So your question is asking whether it's okay or not. You feel okay. Is it okay to do this, right? Okay, so my answer to this is, first, as I suggested earlier, if possible, if we can influence the school to do popular placement before when the student come in, that would be of the best benefit to the teachers, because it's offload the problem about you have to cater different level students at the same class. It will for sure make the class very different. So that's number one. Number two is what I think is, if we can't change the situation, we have to face it. okay, if there are two are able to help your student to perform better, why not? But what you really want to know is if the student really learn, right? If they really learn, they really learn something. So how can you check it? So I have a chat with Taiwan teachers earlier, and she gave me a quite nice suggestion. She said, you can never prevent the student from using AI right now, but you just want to know whether they learn. So what she do is after the test or the task, she asked the student to do a reflection. So the reflection is asking them, what actually do you learn? I think it's quite useful because they have to, if you think English is not the right language, with the reflection, you can ask them to use it by reporting it in Bahasa. At least you know what they are thinking. Yeah, I think, yeah, AI can give them more idea. For speaking, maybe they just lack of idea of speaking, or maybe they lack of the language to speak. We don't know about that, right? And you are probably too busy to manage the classroom. So it may be a good way to do it. So Andrew, do you have anything you want to add?
Yes. So for the first, two very interesting questions. I mean, for the first one, I wonder if the way that you're describing, the first one, which is you just give the AI questions about what you should do in your next lesson for lesson planning, and then you just don't think at all. But I wonder if that's what actually happens, because I'm sure what really happens is that you have some ideas about what are the learning objectives for the next lesson, what do these students really need, what is the topic, how does the topic fit in with the curriculum, how does the topic fit in with where you are in terms of the year, which week of the year are you in, and so on. So I'm sure that what you do is you engage cognitively with this question that you have, with this problem that you have. In other words, what am I going to be doing in the next class? And then there's benefit, of course, to engaging with that, to getting it down onto the screen when you interact with the AI. And I'm also sure that the AI comes back with ideas which you look at and you think, that's never going to work, or that really doesn't fit in, or, this is just not going to suit these students. They're not going to be interested in that topic. So I'm sure that in reality, even though you're kind of thinking, well, I'm not working, the AI is doing everything, I'm sure that in reality, the situation is not that different from if you were discussing it with another teacher, with another colleague, and you were saying, I've got another lesson with this really difficult class next week. Have you got any ideas of how I could produce something which is going to be a bit more effective than my last lesson, or whatever? And then when your colleague came back to you, you would engage with that colleague and criticize that colleague, engage cognitively. And I wonder how different actually, on that level, the interaction with the AI is now than what the interaction with a colleague or head of department or whoever you were talking to was maybe 5 years ago. So I think as long as we're not just putting in a question and following the answer blindly, which simply doesn't work, then I think we can, the AI will come up with things. When I'm working with AI, I find it comes up with ideas and concepts which I wouldn't have thought of myself and which I can then engage with. So there is actually quite a lot of thinking and work going on, even when we're doing it through the AI. So moving on to the debate that you're talking about. So I would suggest another approach to this, which is based on the fact that if you have speaking in a foreign language is cognitively draining, cognitively challenging, and using the AI is also challenging. And if you're having students doing the two things together, that's a plus. Of course, you've got the debate, you've got speaking in a foreign language, you've got engaging with the topic of the debate, and you're engaging with the AI at the same time. which is very difficult, which is a huge cognitive load to place on the students. However, if you set up this activity in a slightly different way and you gave the topic of the debate, whatever it is, in a previous lesson, in this lesson, let's say, and you ask the students to go home and to work on different areas. Okay, this is the topic of the debate. What are the arguments for and against? In other words, let's start by working on the content. Secondly, let's take a look at the vocabulary. What kind of vocabulary are you going to need to present your arguments on this topic? And thirdly, let's look at some of the connective language that you need in a debate. So, firstly, secondly, my third point is, and in conclusion, I'd like to say that all of this kind of language, then you're setting your students an interesting and challenging task where they really have to interact with the AI in specific areas. And then they come back to the classroom and you have the debate and you put the phone on your desk and they come up to the front and then they actually have to produce the language. They have to internalize the language before they can produce it in front of the class. And then if they can do that, then you've got two massive learning outcomes there. So first of all, you've got the language that they've learned, that they have researched and learned themselves. And by researching and learning it themselves, you've also enhanced their independent learning capabilities. So I think it's actually an excellent example of how you can create a number of effective and really, really useful learning outcomes from that exact task that you described.
All right. Thank you very much, Andrew. Very insightful responses of the questions. And I think the point is very clear that anyway, the pedagogical aspects must be there. We need to make sure that the learning process occurs throughout the use of artificial intelligence. And then, Pak Heri, I think you could emphasize the point with the first questions and relate it with the student and teacher agency, I think, please.
Thank you, Ibu. I still have my own voice at the last part. Yeah, actually, you know what the concern that I shared to you is about, you know, AI is our, you know, our activity. It makes us easier, fun, and etc. However, what critical is we have to include our cognitive, you know, aspect every time we use AI. Every time we use not only AI, because AI is generative AI. This is only the beginning of AI. There are 3 other steps of AI. You know, if we do not, you know, do not include our cognitive dimensions, it will be harmful not only for our students but for your own. Okay. The last that I want to emphasize is about, you know, the importance to, you know, to learn about new technology. You know, learning new technology is not only learning on how to operate, but how to understand the aim, how to understand the functions, and how you can benefit not only your technological ability, but also your cognitive ability, your affective factors, and then, of course, your pedagogical competence. I think that's all, Pak Zili.
Thank you, Pak Heri. I think we still have a lot of questions, I know, but the time is limited. I'm sorry. If you still have further questions, I think you can contact personally to the speakers today, or if it deals with the technological tools, or particularly, what is it, the online English learning resources, you could contact Clarity as well. I think I don't need to conclude. I just want to again message is kind of like self reminder as well that no matter how, what is it, how sophisticated, no matter how great it helps our works, no matter how our life can be much easier with AI, when we need to make sure we keep making sure that in the learning context that our students still learn, the learning process still occurs. Our responsibility as the teacher with the what is it, the agency that is mentioned before is there. Yeah, and I'm sure your coming here is part of your strong commitment to be concerned with that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pak Prof. Heri. Andrew, thank you very much. And
thank you very much.
Okay, please give a big round of applause for all the speakers today. I give the time back to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the presentations of certificate and tokens of appreciation. May I respectfully invite Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, Mr. Siliwarni, PhD, and then Ms. Puyi Chan to kindly step down on the stage and move to in front of the stage as the presentation will take place there. Thank you. Now, Ms. Puyi Chan, the Managing Director of Clarity English, to present the certificate and token appreciation. The first one for Professor Heri Mulyono, PhD, as our keynote speaker in recognition of his valuable contribution and insightful presentation. The second certificate and token appreciation are presented to Mr. Siliwarni, PhD, as our moderator for his excellent moderation, professionalism, and dedication to ensuring the smooth flow of today's session. And may I kindly invite all the representatives to remain in the position for a brief photo session. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we continue with clarity sharing session, highlighting inside the practical applications of AI in English language sessions. So I give the time for Ms. Arvida. Time is yours.
Good afternoon, teachers. Thank you for taking your time today to join us in today's seminar. So now, before we conclude our session today, I would like to invite you all to rethink about independent learning and how technology, when pedagogically led, it can really enhance our learning and our teaching. Okay, sorry. Next, please. Yeah. Okay, so we'll start with one question. How can I optimize my students' learning beyond the classroom? Okay, I believe that you all agree with me that nowadays our students, they can learn from everywhere. They can learn English from, sorry, can I press next? They can learn English from social media, from short videos, from online app, or even from the AI tools. But the question is this considered an intentional and structured learning? I would say that they are all unstructured. Yeah. Okay. Next, please. Yeah. Independent learning does work when certain conditions are met. Independent learning works when learners know their level, when learners can follow a structured progression, and they can receive feedback and be able to monitor their own progress. When these elements are missing, the motivation collapses. And without structure, independent learning will just become a trial and error. That's where the Clarity English comes in. So Clarity English was designed as a pedagogically structured learning materials. Each program of Clarity English is CFR aligned. It is skill focused, and then it can be used as a guided self-access learning materials, and it is designed to support your classroom teaching. Clarity English was founded in 1992 as a publisher that that focuses on the balance of teaching and technology. So Clarity English has more than 30 years of experience working with the Ministry of Education around the world, working with the British Council, with Oxford and Cambridge University Press to help deliver technology in a pedagogically balanced way. And Clarity English now provides placement testing, learning contents, and also test preparation. And the materials of Clarity English has been globally implemented in government institutions, in universities, and also in language centers. In Indonesia, we are trusted by leading institutions like the Universitas Indonesia. So they have been using our dynamic placement test for more than 7 years. And we have been testing more than 10,000 students in Universitas Indonesia. And then we also have the other clients from the other university like UNER and Brawijaya and also the others. Next, please. So now our topic today is about AI. And then we know that now AI is everywhere. So our question now is not whether to use AI, but how, right? So without guidance, the AI will become just a shortcut for the students where they will use AI to generate answer for them to submit their assignment or their tasks. Okay, so in Clarity, our approach is AI is like a learning coach for us. So it is not an answer generator, but it is a coach to help the students. So I will explain this concept to you through an example of our programs, which is called practical writing. So in this program, the students will learn how to write essays, letters, emails, reports, step by step. So our programs will guide them to learn to master the skill of writing, starting from brainstorming, how to write the essay plan until they can write an essay. So just like what Pak Gumawang Jati has said, we have, nowadays, we cannot really mark the product, but we need to check whether our students learn. So in this program, we help the students step by step to learn how to write. Okay, next please. Let's see an example. So here an example is a task to write an email about 90 words. The email is about requesting information from an organization here called the McDougall's. Next, please. And then the students can directly type their answer in the program. So this is one of the example of the sample answer of one of our students. Next, please. And then after they finish writing, they can click on the AI marking feature in the program, and they will receive an immediate feedback, instant feedback within seconds. So the feedback covers the task achievement, organization, vocabulary, and grammar. Next, again. Yeah, we see the second example here is to write a short report. So here the students will be given a graph, and then they will be asked to write a short report about 200 words based on the graph. And again, they can type their answers, and then they can click the AI marking feature, and they will receive an instant feedback. So now let's see further what the AI say about the writing. So the first area is a task achievement. So here we measure whether the students achieve the task. So let's see the feedback. The feedback here is you address the task by comparing whether in Cape Town and Hong Kong. You also suggest when Khaled should visit these cities, which directly answers the question. Next, about the organization of writing, the AI says you show some organization, but the flow of your ideas is not always clear. Your paragraphs sometimes jump between topics, making it harder for the reader to follow your main points easily. And then for the vocabulary, the AI says that you use a range of everyday words to describe the weather and temperatures. Your vocabulary is generally clear, but there are some areas where you can use more precise or varied language. And then for grammar, you use a mix of simple and complex sentence structure. But while you attempt some complex forms, there are several grammatical errors that affect the clarity. And then the AI conclude with one sentence is, we think this piece of writing is at CFR B2, which is IELTS around 6.0. So with this kind of feedback, the students can reflect, and then they can revise, they can improve their writing without replacing the teacher. So for the teacher, as you, this kind of feedback means that a faster formative feedback for our students. As you know, we as teachers, it is impossible for us to be with our students 24 hours, 7 days a week. When they want to study at 2 a.m. in the morning, we can't be with them, right? So this kind of tools will help our students when they study in the midnight, they can get a faster feedback. But it doesn't replace our roles as a teacher. And for us teachers, it means that we will have more time for higher order teaching. We can think how we can help our students more and more, because some of our tasks has been supported by the AI. Okay, next please. But however, every institution is different. So I believe that some institutions may struggle with pronunciation, some may struggle with grammar accuracy, with writing, and etc. So before we decide on the solutions for our students, we need to ask this question: which English skills do my students need most right now? Is it grammar, or reading, or listening, or speaking, or writing? Yeah. I believe that since we know our students very well, we all already have an answer in our mind what skills our students need most at the moment. Now I'll explain this approach to you by giving you two short examples. So the first example is a group of English lecturers, English pronunciation lecturers in Universitas Brawijaya. So they have these challenges. They have limited classroom learning time. Meanwhile, their learning materials, pronunciation require longer practice time. And then the students who attend their class have different levels of English, and they also have different exposures of English. So this group of lecturers think that, okay, we need a control and structured learning materials for independent learning outside the classroom. So the solutions they decided to use is the Clear Pronunciation 1 and 2 from Clarity English. So how do they implement? They integrate the Clear Pronunciation into this course, into the English pronunciation course. So in the classroom, the teachers will use their textbooks, the printed textbooks, to explain about the concepts and theories of the pronunciation. And then the teachers will also, the students will also receive exposure from the teachers, but they also do some meaningful drills in the classroom by using the Clear Pronunciation. And then outside the classroom, as you know, the classroom time is very short, limited. The teachers will assign the students to do an intensive practice of the classroom. So they can do it at home, anytime they want, online. So the teachers will assign them to do the program. And then the Clear Pronunciation has also become one of the assessment components of this course, which means that this is compulsory. So if the students want to pass the English pronunciation course, they have to complete the the Clear Pronunciation materials. And after they run this program for more than 2 years, they reported a very positive impact on their students and teachers. For students, they see that the students are now more confident in speaking, and then the students have the opportunity to really experience what is called independent learning. And then the students also learn how to manage their time wisely outside the classroom. As for the teachers themselves, they testify that the integration of technology into their teaching did bring a new learning experience for them as teachers and lecturers. And because the Clear Pronunciation materials are very well structured, so it helps the teacher as well to develop a holistic and structured materials for this course. And then the Clear Pronunciation program from Clarity provides a very detailed reports for the teachers, so the teachers can monitor their students' progress and offer helps and encouragement when needed. Okay, next please. Okay, next again, next. Okay, that's the first example. Now the second example about how we approach this from the needs of our students. The second example is a director of language center from Universitas Kuala in Aceh. So he has challenges like the graduates have low English competency, and then the students, they do English tests. So when they come to the university, they will do English tests. When they graduate, they will do English tests. But the problem is they do not acquire any English skills. They only do the tests. And then the students are not motivated enough to learn English. So this director thinks that he needs an engaging and relevant general English online learning materials to build the English skills, especially for the 3rd to 5th semester for all the students. And then he needs learning materials which support the independent learning yet are controllable by teachers. Because as you know, our students are very busy. So it is almost impossible to expect them to come to the language center to learn English. So the solutions that they choose is the study stream English. Next, please. So how do they implement the program? They run a brand new program called USK English Access Program. So this program covers 18 weeks of independent learning materials from grammar, reading, and pronunciation, and they also provide 5 tutorial sessions by Zoom. So this program is recommended for the for semester 3 students who has specific academic conditions. For example, the low pretest score and the low English MKU results. And the certificate from this program can be used to fulfill the graduation requirements. Next, please. They have been running this program for 1 semester, and they reported that the students, the majority of the students say that these materials have improved their English proficiency. Next, please. And then this program is easy to use, and they are highly satisfied with the program. Next, please. Okay, so we recap. The challenges they have is the graduates have low English skills, and then the needs and solutions are engaging and independent learning materials, and then they implement the USK English Access Program, and the impact is 99.4% of students agree that the program helps improve their English proficiency. So this is our approach. We start from the challenges, and then what are the needs and solutions, and then the implementation, and also the impact. Next. Okay, so now we are going to do a short activity now. I'm going to stop, and I'd like you to reflect and to think. So we are going to have a hands-on activity, and then we back to the questions that I asked before. Which English skills do my students need most right now? Please think about your students' main challenge. Which skill or gap matters most for your students at the moment? I believe you already have the answer on your mind, right? Okay, so now let us see which program might help you to meet the challenges. Next, please. So here in Clarity English, we have dynamic placement test and dynamic speaking test. These both tests can be used for placement testing. So you can place your students in the correct level, or you can use this test for progress checking. For example, they already study for 6 months or 1 year. You want to know whether they improve. You can use the test. Okay, and then we also have many learning materials to help the students. So we have the general English, like the arrivals in English. This is a very beginner general English materials for adults. And then we also have a skill-focused program like reading, pronunciation, writing, study skills or academic English. And then we also have grammar. Okay, so these are all the foundational skills that your students need. And then we also have IELTS preparation, Road to IELTS, and an integrated solution in study stream English. Okay, so now you remember again what are the skills your student need, and then you already see these programs. So I believe now you already have an idea. Okay, probably my students need reading, so probably active reading can help me. My students read writing, so practical writing can help me. Okay, now you already have an idea. So we are going forward. Next, please. So now I invite you to use your handphone or your laptop or your tablet. You can scan the QR code, or you can type the link, and then you will open a page. Okay, so you will see a page. You can take picture or you can scan. So when you click, you will see this page. Okay, sorry, please go back to the QR code. Yeah, okay. Okay, so you can take picture first. Just take picture because we'll give you free access for 1 month. So after the seminar, you can try the program. So just take picture. Take picture first, okay? Or you can directly scan. Already? Everybody? Done? Okay. So after you scan the QR code or type the link, you will see the page. Yeah, this is the page. Okay, you will see the page. So in this page, you can see several programs like practical writing, tense buster, active reading, etc., etc. Okay? Okay. Can you see this page? Not yet. Okay. I'll wait for you. Can? Can. Okay. Okay. So after you see this page, I'll show you an example. Okay, we take an example from practical writing. You can click start. Okay, you can click start. And then you will see another window like this. Okay? Okay. When you see this window, please choose sign in or register. Okay, choose sign in or register so that you can use your account several times and you can check your progress later on. Okay, please click sign in or register. And then you click create an account below the forget your password. Yeah, click create an account. And then you can type your email, your password, and then you can confirm your password. Okay, and then you can create an account. Can you try with an email? Yeah. Sorry. Can you open the page? Yes. Okay. Okay. So after you register, you can directly start the program. So you can try on the program now. If you have difficulties, you can let us know. We'll help you. Yeah. So after you key in your email and password, then you will see this page. This is the practical writing. So when you open active reading, it will be different. Okay. So after you log in, you can try on the program. You can try all the exercises. Do not worry, you have 1 month to try the program, except for practical writing. So practical writing will end on this Saturday. The trial will end on this Saturday. So if you want to try, you can try practical writing first. So the other programs you can try later on. So for practical writing, the trial will end on this Saturday. Okay? Any problems so far? No, okay. So you have taken the picture, right? Now I give you some time to run through the program, to browse around. If you have questions, you can ask. We'll help you. Yes, sure. So the same account you create, for example, you already created an account in practical writing. The account can be used for reading, can be used for pronunciation, can be used for grammar, etc. Okay, so one account can be used for all.
Okay, about the questions for whether these AI grading can detect AI generated passage or not, the answer is no, because this program is meant to use to give feedback to the exercise. Of course, if the students use AI to generate the content and put it in, we haven't set the program to tell you, okay, this is AI generated, because the purpose is to allow the student to get feedback for their own passage. Okay, so we haven't set it, but this is the beta version. Okay, so if when we launch it, if we generally find that this is a necessary point that we have to add in, yes, I think we can add it to it. Yeah, but maybe we won't tell the student on that page. We will just report to the teacher. Is that okay? So AI can give you all this answer that you asked, but whether we display it on the answer page. Okay. Hope this is clear.
Thank you, Bu Retno, for the questions. Okay, so I think that I'll try to help you. Can you click one unit that, let's say, yeah, essays? Okay, so I just brief you briefly. So on your phone, because can you make it smaller, the window to be smaller like a handphone? Yes, yes, like this. Okay. So in your phone, so on your phone, you the smaller one, please. Yeah. So on your phone, you will see this one. Sorry, this one. So you need to take a look on the lower part. So we have starting out. We have practice zone. Can you click on the middle one? Yeah, practice zone, and then the right one. No, the yang bagian kanan. Yeah, click. And then this is a resource bank. So there are 3 parts. Okay, so I just want to show you how to navigate through the program. Okay, you can return to the. Okay. Can go back to my slides, please. Okay, so I remind you that do not worry, you have 1 month time until the 31st of March to try on the programs, the reading, grammar, and then the pronunciation, everything. Okay, so you can try for 1 month, but except for practical writing beta, okay, the one with AM marking, the trial will end on this Saturday. So next, please. So next, I want you to, after the seminar, probably this evening or tomorrow, you can try the practical writing first. And then you try 1 unit, try to write an essay or probably emails, letters, and try the AI marking feature. Okay, and then you reflect on this question. How would my students benefit from this kind of feedback? Okay, so imagine that you are a student. How will you be benefited from this kind of feedback? Okay, that's one task for you to do at home. Yeah, let's continue. Okay, I would like all of you to consider this very seriously, because as you know that our students, they need longer time in learning languages, because language is different from the other subject. In language, you need an exposure. So I want you to really think how you can support your students to learn English independently beyond the classroom. So if you have any ideas or you want to talk or you want to share, kindly contact us and we'll be more than happy to help you. Next, please. Okay, so this is my contact. You can scan and we can chit chat in WhatsApp. And if you have questions or you want to explore how we can collaborate together to help your students in learning English and also to help you in teaching English, kindly let us know. You can scan my WhatsApp and add me, and then we can have a talk about it. Okay? Thank you for your time. I would like to close with one statement. Independent learning does not mean learning alone, but independent learning means learn with feedback, learn with structure, and learn with purpose. learning with feedback, learning with structure, and learning with purpose. When we say independent learning, it doesn't mean that we just ask our students to learn by themselves without providing any scaffolding for them. But it means that we support them, we give them a structured materials so that they can check their progress and they can improve. Thank you for your time and thank you for the reflection that we have together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arvida from the Clarity English. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move to the closing sessions, we would like to remind all participants to complete the seminar feedback form. For on-site participants, the feedback link is available on the back of the seminar handbook. Okay, you can check your seminar handbook and there is a QR code over there. You can scan it. For the online participant, the feedback form can be accessed by scanning the QR code displayed on the screen. Please be informed that certificate of participations will be issued upon the completion of the feedback form. Thank you for the cooperations. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the end of this inspiring international seminar, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers, moderators, organizers, educators, lecturers, and teachers from various institutions, both on-site and online, for your active participations. May today's discussion inspiring meaningful transformations in English language education in the era of artificial intelligence. On behalf of organizing committee, I sincerely apologize for any kinds of shortcoming during the event. Thank you for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and see you on the next event. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we invite you if you want to have a group photo session to come forward with the speakers and also Clarity English. We may have a group photo session here. Okay, please come to the stage. We invite Professor Heri Mulyono and also Prof. Chen, Kui Chan, and also Ibu Ervida.